with me. Hello, my name is Simon, and this is Dispatch. We have a number of guests today, so let's get to it. We have David Letterman, Chris Hedges, and a tribe called Red is the band. What next? Thank you. Thank you. So this is my show, and we brought Chris Hedges in. Okay, I can't keep the voice up. This is Dispatch. I'm Dispatch Guy. Dispatch Guy. I'm Dispatch Guy. Dispatch Guy. Yeah, cut. That's a wrap. Yeah? That was good. Dispatch Guy. Haha. Man, it finally paid off, huh? What do you say, Chris? We brought Chris along. Now, before I introduce him, before he comes into the room, he's out in the hall, and he's most likely talking. So we put up with it because why? Well, he's usually right about shit. So give him your attention, but we will be cutting in and out every once in a while. Can I get some tea? I've been at this for how many hours? 5 hours straight doing the same. This is nice. I like the setup. Good job, guys. Well done. This is one of my best shows. So, all right. Without further ado, can you let him in? Yeah, let him in. Hey, man. He's coming down the hall. You still can't hear me.
Thank you very much.
Hey, bud. You're leaving? Oh, you're leaving already? Oh, you're gonna stay? Okay. No, you're not. You're leaving. You'll come back. That didn't work out. Fuck, that was supposed to be a really smooth. Anyways, oh god, this is a failure. This is a failure. I'm never gonna do this. What are you doing? What is it that you want to do? I just want to do this. Chris Hedges, everyone. Chris Hedges. That's pretty cool. I like that.
In the context of resistance, I wondered if you would speak to, what we've seen in the last couple of weeks, maybe months, about, women speaking out, the calling about sexual harassment.
Chris Hedges.
This sort of amazing thing that men's powerful...
Question and answer. Fascism in the Trump... in the age of Trump. Hold on. Cut. Chris Hedges.
Question and answer.
Fascism.
Of course,
fascism in the age of Trump.
This
Fascism in the age of Trump. This is very good. We're doing very well. Fascism in the age of Trump.
In women's prisons is rampant.
Fascism in the age of Trump. Can you
It
look
is
into the
hidden
camera, please? Just look
by all of
straight
our
into the
major
fucking
institutions
camera.
are complicit,
Fascism
masking it.
in the age of Trump.
My son went to Colgate, and he was an athlete, and he was in the locker
Old.
room, and he heard about the hazing and the date rape on the fraternities, and he went out and wrote a huge investigative piece about
We're checking
what
out.
was taking place in the fraternities, which the school paper published. And then, of course, the firestorm hit, especially from the alumni. He was banned from writing for the paper. They actually sent him an email banning him. But what was so disturbing was that the sole obsession of the Colgate administration was to cover it up, like every college. So while this is healthy and encouraging, I think we haven't begun to deal with the physical assaults that are carried out on women everywhere.
My name is Josh. I'm an activist attorney, and I really thank you for everything you do. I think it's just, I mean, especially the stuff I've heard you talk about, you know, people that are part of the resistance. You know, we are human too at the end of the day, and we need, you know, people like you to be like, you know, keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate what you're doing. That's great. So I sued the Democratic National Committee a couple summers ago about the super delegate issue. And I know it's not going to shock anybody here, but other people that aren't as in tune as probably most people here are, were kind of surprised to hear that my opposing attorney, a guy named Mark Eliash, was not only the attorney representing the DNC in my effort to try to get a temporary restraining order against the superdelegates, but was also an attorney for Hillary Clinton. Not too surprising, but you know, should be surprising. It's just the world that we live in, where stuff like that is completely unethical and wrong doesn't completely shock us, because there's so many other shocking things going on, and I think we're almost like, you know, numb to things that might otherwise shock us. But my question is, you know, there's organizations like Indivisible out there doing their thing, and you know, obviously there's a real great awakening, I think, we're going on. I mean, more people that are going out and doing the activist and, you know, thing. But I kind of feel like, you know, we should have like another Occupy right now, or something to that effect. And, you know, I'm just wondering how you feel about that, and if you have any, you know, pointers or tips or any advice.
There are two tracks of opposition. One backed and funded, Indivisible being one, by the Democratic Party, which focuses exclusively on the personality of Trump. Trump is the symptom. He's not the disease. There's the other track of resistance, which you saw with Standing Rock. And you can tell what is real resistance by the reaction of the forces of oppression. In Standing Rock, nonviolent water protectors, I was there in November last year, were attacked with dogs, rubber bullets, tasers, pepper spray, water cannons, and sub-freezing temperatures, over 700 arrests, and oftentimes when they were warehoused in very difficult and uncomfortable conditions, constant surveillance by drones and planes, private security. By the time I got there, you had to make circuitous routes to get in. I would be stopped on the road by people who were private contractors carrying automatic weapons with no forms of identification, turning me back. And that's the resistance we need. Trump is not ultimately the problem. He's dangerous. I don't in any way, you know, totally dangerous and frightening. But we have to grapple with those corporate forces, which are now on a rampage. You know, with the rewriting of the tax code, with the destruction of the EPA, with, you know, the gift to the U.S. military of a 10% budget increase they didn't even ask for. I mean, these forces are now totally out of control. And so, yes, resistance. And I did go to the Women's March in Washington, and I did march on Trump Towers, but those were essentially Hillary Clinton supporters. And the Democratic Party has a very narrow aim, and that is to keep Goldman Sachs, and it is, by the way, utterly impossible to vote in this system against the interests of Goldman Sachs, to keep Goldman Sachs in power and replace Trump. And that isn't going to solve our problem. It may not even work. We have to build movements, rebuild movements which have been destroyed, hold fast to the moral imperative of those movements to put pressure. I was an early supporter of Nader. In fact, I was Ralph's speechwriter. And Ralph, I think, correctly understood that, and nobody understands corporate power in this country better than Ralph Nader, and nobody has fought it longer and with more integrity. But from the beginning, Ralph said the only hope we have left is to pull 5, 10, 15 million people into the party to oppose the Democrats, to frighten them into responding. And Ralph, who has an acute political sense, probably better than almost anyone I've ever met, the day Trump announced his campaign for presidency, Ralph called me up and said, now, I don't want you to make the mistake everyone else is making. This guy is dangerous. Don't write him off as a joke. And the day after Trump's election, he said, everything we tried to stop has now come to pass. We have to rebuild those movements. That's our only hope. And we have very little time, given the ecocide that is, look, once the polar ice caps are gone, it will take thousands of years to bring them back, if they come back. This is an emergency. We have no time left. No time to fool around, no time to be ignorant about the structures of power, and no time to be squeamish about standing up to what I would not only call this corporate system of radical evil, but in theological terms, a system of death.
Thanks for your very inspiring speech. I have a question about resistance. It's kind of a follow-up to the question of the gentleman in the red shirt. And it's basically a dramatization of an internal conflict that I've been having, which is that if you conceive of the activity and orientation towards power that ought to be valorized as resistance and hold that up as the only model, then that seems to presuppose that power is always going to be corrupt. And perhaps there's a way in which that type of orientation feeds into a left allergy to power that is partly why the right has always won through, I mean, like recently, over the last several decades. And so my question is, do you think that the left ought to be talking about words like hegemony, about seizing power, and perhaps even in a way that doesn't necessarily involve having to bring all the Trump supporters along? Basically, like, how can you're ecocidal, so you deserve to be disenfranchised, and perhaps we can work to address your problems for you.
I obviously you want to put people in power who are open, amenable, and rational. However, putting, let's say, a Bernie Sanders in power is useless without movements, because you have all this power coming from ExxonMobil and Raytheon and Halliburton and Citibank and and our only power is our organization, is our ability to organize. And if we give that up, it doesn't matter who's in power. So, what is it? Go back and read the history of the New Deal. Roosevelt was not, like Abraham Lincoln in slavery, by the way, was not, some enlightened oligarch who wanted to help. he had pressure. The Communist Party, which we've kind of written out of our history, the Progressive Party, the old CIO, these were powerful forces. And there's a letter, a private letter that Roosevelt writes in the early 30s to his fellow oligarchs, which says, in essence, we better give up some of our money now, because if we don't, there may be a revolution and we may lose all of it. And that's how we got the government providing 12 million jobs in public works and Social Security. But those movements are gone. And we're utterly disempowered. We have to reclaim our power. And so, yes, we want to support progressive candidates, socialist candidates, but not at the expense of the integrity of our movements, and with an understanding that power always corrupts. Because those who get into positions of power, look at the Clintons. I mean, they mainstream this stuff like addicts. I mean, once you get into power, it is intoxicating. And I think for those of us who care about social justice and care about movements, I mean, who was the most powerful figure in 1968 in America? It was Martin Luther King. Because when he went to Memphis, 50,000 people went with him. And we know Johnson was terrified of King, especially when he denounced the Vietnam War. And that's, Eugene V. Debs, which is why Wilson sent him to prison. Why the FBI and Hoover shut down the Wobblies and closed Appeal to Reason and the masses, and they were terrified. And that's what we've got to go. We've got to regain that militancy, that moral integrity, and rebuild those movements, and not be fooled by thinking that, we've elected some savior. Ella Baker got it. We don't need strong leaders. We need strong people. Thanks.
Yeah, hi, Chris. Nice to see you back in Troy. I have a bit of a bone to pick with you about your using examples from Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union as examples of resistance, because we live in the United States, and the countries that have suffered from the United States are countries like Cuba, which has been resisting the U.S. empire for 60 years in the face of a crippling blockade. Right now, the people of Venezuela are on fire and resisting. Of course, you know about Central America. You were there. So I would encourage you to not be afraid to use these examples as opposed to Eastern Europe. I know you were there too, but Americans have to start realizing that, Irish Americans have to realize that Cuba is the Ireland for the United States. And that, and speaking of inspiration, I was in Cuba for May Day last year, where I saw 1 million workers in the street organized by their trade unions. This is after Fidel Castro was dead. It wasn't a question of him making some spectacular speech, which he could do. That resistance is still ongoing, and Americans need to be aware of it and not flinch from our own role in our own hemisphere.
Well, yeah, and I think I've spent a lot of time talking about American imperialism, not maybe as much tonight, but I think this is a global struggle against the forces of corporate capitalism, which really are supranational, that have no real boundaries. So that those courageous students in Kashmir and everywhere else who are fighting against the Modi government are really fighting our struggle in the same way that those in the Arab Spring are fighting our struggle, is the same way Podemos is fighting our struggle. It's one struggle. And I think we have to regain that internationalism and that international solidarity, because we're fighting the same forces, literally. ExxonMobil, Goldman Sachs, that have poisoned those societies like they've poisoned our own.
I gotta say, it's really nice to see you in person. I've only seen you in videos, and I've seen where you talked about being from New York and how New York comes back to life in the summer. That was the first speech I ever saw from you, by the way. I'm a vet, Air Force vet. I'm the son of a World War II vet. And I remember coming back from Korea in the 80s and coming back and watching the news in the United States and thinking, when did the United States news become AFI's news? You know, I'm one of those people that believe a lot of the things that have happened in our world are orchestrated. 9/11, I believe, is an orchestrated event. I also believe that, like I think his name is Brzezinski, talks about the grand chess game and the grand chess game for resources. And the Bush administration saying, look, give me a reason to go into Iraq. And I always thought to myself, my father said, you know, China will beat us without ever firing a shot. My father would say that over and over again after he came back from the war. He came back and he taught us, like your father did, and there was 10 of us. I'm one of 10 children. He wasn't a bigot against the Germans coming back from World War II. And this is a man that was part of the Normandy invasion. He wasn't a bigot against blacks. He wasn't a bigot against any race, Japanese. And you think somebody coming back with that kind of shell shock would be, especially since it took him years to get over it before he got married and had 10 kids. You know, Naomi Wolf talks about the 10 steps to bring down a democracy. My question to you is, in any way, do you believe what's happening in our world and in our government is not just radical Islam rebellion, but orchestrated by our own government?
You mean in terms of jihadism and these attacks?
Almost like they know something we don't about the resources of the world, and they're going to do anything to get them.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the core of why empires exist, which is to take control of natural resources and exploit cheap labor. That is what all empire is about. And they have all sorts of wonderful ways to cover it up and make it, you know, the white man's burden and, you know, supporting democracy. And, you know, one of the most ridiculous was liberating the women of Afghanistan through the 101st Airborne. So, yeah, it's a very cold and calculated and cynical game. And the oil companies wanted the oil in Iraq. That was it. And Cheney came out of that world. We know it. And that's what empire exists for. And they work overtime to mask the reality of empire because, of course, they got to get working class kids to go over there and get themselves killed or their legs blown off or something with an IED in order to maintain it. But yeah, it's a very cynical, cold, cruel, at its core. Yeah.
My name is Willie Dean. In less than 20 seconds, I'm going to make an observation, make a statement, and ask a question. I never hear anyone refer to our country or our government as a republic. I think a republic and a democracy, the Venn diagram of the two, has an overlap. Those areas that are not overlap are mutually exclusive. The question, are we a great country because we were formed as a republic, promulgated as a democracy, or operates as a plutocracy?
Well, the two founding institutions or the two founding practices of America were genocide and slavery. And as Howard Zinn points out in The People's History of the United States, which I considered a small coup that when I teach in the prison, I have to write a summary of what it is I'm going to teach. And it's the opposite of putting it into a course catalog where you tell all the undergrads they're going to watch a lot of films and go out on the lawn. The only time I taught at Columbia, I allowed my students, one time they pressured to go out and have class on the lawn. And so we're sitting along, I'm trying to give my class, and suddenly one of the students goes, "Look, that's Henry Kissinger." I said, "All right, inside everybody." I said. So you're right. I wrote up this thing about how our country was formed, the three branches of government, representative democracy, and they passed it. And then I went in and gave all of my students the People's History of the United States. But Zinn does an extremely good job in that book of pointing out that, and all you have to do is read the Federalist Papers, that what terrified our founding white slaveholding fathers the most was popular democracy. And they created a series of mechanisms to prevent that from happening. Originally, of course, senators were appointed, and they carried most of the burden for legislation. The Electoral College, which unfortunately we still have with us, the disenfranchisement of African Americans, Native Americans, women, and white men without property. And that the struggle in America has been by movements that opened up the spaces in American democracy, whether it was the abolitionists and the Liberty Party, the labor movement, the civil rights movement, the suffragists. All of them fought to open up that space so that what democracy we had, what didn't come from our deified founding fathers. And somebody should go back and read what they wrote about doing to Native Americans. It's absolutely blood-curdling. And Washington became the richest man in the United States by seizing Indian land and selling it to speculators. It came from those movements. That's the reality of America. And that's a reality that even established historians who, write these gigantic tomes about Teddy Roosevelt or, these kind of hagiographies of great white men really mask. So we were never found. The founders of our country never wanted a functioning democracy because they were terrified of the mob and because they embraced this Lockean concept of the primacy of private property. And built their legal system around it, crushed all sorts of rebellions after the Revolutionary War, like Shays' Rebellion, isolated, and then finally in massive press campaigns discredited the one true revolutionary among that founding group, which was Thomas Paine. And Eric Foner's book on Paine is really good if you want to go home and read a good book. So that's been, so it's we. And upstate New York was filled with radicals at one time. It's we who created the democracy. It wasn't given to us. And now they've taken it away, and we got to get it back.
Thank you, Chris. The book, Death of the Liberal Class, transformative for me, along with The Revolt of the Elites by Christopher Lasch. I'm going to read something from Mother Jones. It's just one sentence, and I would ask you to respond. Sometime in the next 40 years, robots are going to take your job.
Well, it's not even 40 years, as anyone who works in an Amazon warehouse will tell you. It's automation. It's the labor. That's it. And they do that by offshoring, outsourcing jobs, and automation.
Can I just ask a kind of a clarity question? What are we going to do with the millions and millions of people that will lose their jobs? 3 million truckers, as one example.
Yeah. Well, it's called a guaranteed minimum income. For all Americans, including parents who stay home with their children, the elderly, the disabled. I gave a talk in Canada. I think it was in Winnipeg. It's great to go to Canada because I'm kind of a moderate. And so I gave this talk, one of my screeds. And then I noticed in back of the room, there were all these professors. It was the whole economics department, all of whom were Marxists. Imagine that in American university. And when I finished, one of the professors stood up and he said, "All right, before he begins, I want all the students to know He's just a radical Keynesian, which isn't wrong, because I don't share Marx's or Marxist utopianism about human nature. But I do look at Sweden in the 1990s when they had a functioning socialist system where there was no poverty. They eliminated poverty, which we could do. Education was free, healthcare was free. Even when I lived in Switzerland, the taxes were high, but there weren't homeless on the streets. The mentally ill were not thrown onto heating grates or locked into prison cells and given psychotropic drugs to turn them into zombies. A senior high school teacher earned as much as a doctor. And that's what we have to do. But to do it, we have to overthrow these corporate forces. And let me just repeat that in case someone from Homeland Security is here. That's overthrow, O-V-E-R-T-H. We have to nationalize the banks. We have to nationalize public transportation. We have to abolish student debt. We have to create a guaranteed income. We have to create a rational, these are radical transformations. And then we have to gear the society to saving ourselves from ecocide. And I think the evidence is in that the ruling elites don't have any interest in doing any of it. So it's up to us, because either we are going to carry out the most radical transformation in human history, or we're going to go extinct. That's it. So that's our choice.
Good evening, and I thank you so much for coming. I've read your books. I've been following you, and I've been excited all week to hear what you have to say. I have two questions, but first I want to share there's a Spanish proverb I love. It's a lot of cultures. Is he who tells the truth should keep one foot in the stirrup. And so,
well, that's better. That's better than Socrates,
yes,
who said that if you try and tell the truth to the mob, they'll kill you. So.
I was reminded of the movie, The Year of Living Dangerously, about the Sukarno coup, and the mantra in there was, "What must then we do?" And so, two questions. One's a quick one because I can't figure this out, but it's probably because I know the answer. I don't want to know the answer. Is why do you think Bernie didn't go for a third party and take it all down? Because I think he could have. But my second and longer question, and I don't think you're going to get to it all tonight, but I really want to challenge you to start to do this. I'd like to read your thoughts on this. As a social worker and an activist, we try to partialize the problem, break it down. So you got goals, objectives, and bits and pieces. Because when you say, we have to do movements and we have to resist, it really needs to be broken down more than that. And the problem is that there's so much of a swirl of so many issues and so much difficulty, and who do you work with and what do you do, that the choices and the alternatives are really overwhelming. And so I guess I'd like to ask you if you could start to tell us tonight and in the future, is break it down into more manageable chunks, directives, tactics, suggestions, because I think I would really appreciate more of that sort of, I guess it would be political tactics, organization, etc., that we can do in the ground level, grassroots level. I would really appreciate that from you.
Well, first on the issue of Sanders. So the night before the climate march in New York, I spoke with Bernie, with Shama Sawant, great socialist city councilwoman in Seattle, and Bernie hadn't announced yet. And Shama and I pushed him on saying you have to run as an independent. And Bernie's answer was, I don't want to end up like Ralph Nader. And what that answer said was this: if I step out and defy the Democratic Party, the Democratic Party establishment will destroy me. It will push me out of my Senate seat. It will discredit me, and I will become a pariah. That was not a wrong assessment. That's what they would have done. But at that decision, Bernie failed. Because if we're going to build an alternative movement, it is not going to happen in one election cycle. And Bernie's quote unquote revolution ended up Bernie traveling around the country telling everybody to vote for Hillary Clinton. And it was for that reason, not that it would have made any difference or that he even cared, but I wouldn't endorse him. The other problem with Bernie is that he did not address the fundamental issue that is causing the destruction of the United States, and that is called militarism. And it used to be, many of you remember, that there were lone Democratic senators like Proxmire who would at least challenge certain weapons systems. That's gone. The Pentagon gets weapons they didn't ask for, even weapons they didn't want. And what's happening is like the Roman Empire that was, I think, running a 1 million man army. The internal guts of the empire are crumbling. And rather than respond by addressing chronic underemployment, unemployment, all these numbers, by the way, are fixed, completely mendacious. I mean, real unemployment is probably running 20%. Because you can work, 28 hours a week at Walmart, which I think is what the average Walmart worker works. You're still below the poverty line. The Walton family provides you with applications for food stamps because you get it. The Walton family makes $11,000 an hour. And so we can subsidize their fortune, but you're counted as gainfully employed. And then, of course, if you stop looking for, et cetera. So if we don't confront the military establishment, nothing's going to change. We've got to destroy it because it's destroying us. And what they're doing is bringing back the harsh forms of control on the outer reaches of empire to the homeland. Militarized drones, militarized police, wholesale surveillance, lethal force against unarmed civilians, especially people of color. And that's what happens. Thucydides writes about it. In the breakdown of the Athenian Empire, he said the tyranny Athens imposed on others, it finally imposed on itself. And Bernie wouldn't address that issue. So he's kept his Senate seat. It looks like he's going to try and run again in the Democratic primaries. But I don't believe that I think the Democratic Party will never allow, but they'll allow him to run, of course, because he funnels energy and hope and resources into what my mind is a dead end. Oh, in terms of, I think all resistance is local, and so you've got to look at. Don't you have a pipeline they're trying to run through here? Do I have that right? Right, several. So I was in Boston. They're also trying to run and a power line. So we were sitting around with a bunch of activists. They said, we've written petitions, we've tried to go to court and nothing's worked. I said, well, you've got to buy old cars. And when the construction equipment comes in, you've got to drive those cars into the streets, take out the batteries and walk home. I think that I'm obviously for nonviolence, but I am for non-cooperation and obstruction of those forces that are, without exaggeration, trying to kill us. And I think that we have a moral responsibility to our children. Look, even if we fail, let's stand up so that our children will look back at us and say they tried. Let's at least do that.
Hi, Chris. I have my question on my phone because I always get nervous when I speak in front of a microphone, so forgive me for that. I've been trying to find a way to see you speak in person now for a few years. I originally saw your speech at Rockford College in my speech and debate class during my junior year of high school in New Mexico. The cutting you off, the denial of your anti-Iraq speech. I knew then, as I do now, that there is value in your truth. Over the course of the election season in 2016, people within progressive circles revolved your articles, and I've continually read your editorial on Truthdig and have found value in your work. And since I go to Hampshire College, the liberal cesspool of Western Mass, and we are known for denouncing whiteness, I cannot leave today without asking a question. Here's something I found, an observation. When we speak of contemporary progressive movements, when I attend these talks or gather within these congregations, I realize that the people I'm often surrounded by are old progressive white people. As the son of Mexican immigrants, as a young, poor, first-generation college-educated minority, how can I, who believes in the necessity of the liberation of the oppressed, who wants to fight against the elites, find the courage with the power within me to feel included within this already formulated movement? What advice can you give me?
Part of the reason that your observation is correct, that those of us, I have to include myself, who champion this position are older, is historical memory that we have that has been erased for the wider culture. And I think that there's no shortage of people in this room who, like myself, even though I was a boy, were formed by the 60s, which was the last period of open, direct democracy in this country, and which, with the Powell Memo of 1971, the corporation set out to destroy what Samuel Huntington called the excess of democracy. So I think a lot of it is historical memory that the state has quite effectively obliterated. But since we were there, I think that's part of it. The other issue, and this is really directed at progressives and liberals, is that too often oppression is an abstraction. They may speak against oppression, but it's not a real experience. They have no tangible experience with it. And I think that's very dangerous. And all of my life, I have, as a reporter, been in the developing world, Latin America, the Middle East. I covered the war in Yugoslavia, months of my life in Gaza, because especially as a white male, privileged American male who was working for the New York Times, I had to remain in close contact with the oppressed, not just to tell their story, although that's what I tried to do, but because, and we can go back to Kierkegaard's understanding, I realized that if I didn't build real relationships with the oppressed, that the empathy as an abstraction would become very dangerous and often transform itself into an intolerant moral purity. And so when I came back to the United States, again, I teach in a prison for that reason. Days of Destruction, Days of Revolt, which I did with the great cartoonist Joe Sacco, is written out of the poor. So 2 years we were in the poorest parts of the country, including Camden, New Jersey, which per capita is the poorest city in America, Immokalee, Florida, with the produce workers, all of whom are from Central America and Mexico. And I think that, you know, what is it that, despite everything around us, what is it that finally drives us? Or I can speak for myself. It's anger. Not hatred, but anger. And as Augustine said, hope has two beautiful daughters, anger and courage. Anger at the where things are, and courage to see that they don't remain the way they are. But that must come by building real relationships. When I walk out of that prison, and I've taught in this maximum security prison now for many years, so I've built close relationships, not only with some of my students, but their families. I can walk out. How can I go home and not be angry? How can I go home and not do everything I can to break this system of neo-slavery? So I think, and also, it's a matter of sustaining hope. We can't sustain hope in the abstract. It can't be an abstraction. It has to be embodied in the face of someone you care about who is suffering. And as an aside, I taught a class a few years ago, a drama class, and we read August Wilson and Dutchman, Baldwin, and I said to my students, it wasn't premeditated. I said, why don't every week you write dramatic scenes about your life? And I went home that night, 28 students. I went home, I started reading through the papers, and this stuff was unbelievable. And not only in terms of the power of the story, but often in terms of the quality of the writing. And that happened the next week and the week. And finally, I was supposed to be writing Wages of Rebellion, and don't tell my publisher, I canned it for 4 months and then begged for an extension. And the only way you can add another night in the prison, is to sign up or present a list of those students in your class who need remedial help. So I turned in the entire class list, which didn't thrill them. They all had to show up another night. And we wrote this play. It's called Caged. And it was their story. We had read August Wilson's Joe Turner Come and Gone, which is set in a boarding house in Pittsburgh in 1910. And it's African-American families coming north, still suffering from the trauma of slavery, trying to find family members and there's a conjurer who keeps telling them you have to find your song. And as that play progressed, I realized that was their song. And some of the stuff that came out, I remember one class, I said, I want you all to go home and write just a moment that you remember of speaking with your mother. And after the class, one of my students came up and said, well, what if we're a product of rape? And I said, well, Timmy, that's what you have to write. So he writes for the first time in the prison, because you don't cry in a prison, you don't show emotion in a prison, you don't even touch in a prison, in a male prison. He writes the story of why he's in prison. And the story is that he's in a car in Paterson, New Jersey with his half-brother who has a weapon. And the car is stopped and searched, and the weapon is found by the police. And if no one takes possession of the weapon, everybody in the car is charged with weapons possession. And Timmy, it's mine. And he writes the phone call from the county jail, which is, it doesn't matter, Ma. I was never supposed to be here anyway. And you have the son you love. That's why he's in prison. And that last night, we couldn't read it because it was too raw. We had readings in the classroom, but we couldn't perform it. And the last night, I invited Cornel West and James Cone, the great theologian. Cross and the Lynching Tree is, if you haven't read it, even if you're not in any way religious, go read it. I invited them to be my audience. And when we got there, the warden and the major, which was the highest uniform official, were in the lobby, and they said, oh, no, you're not going to your classroom. You're going to the chapel. So we go into the chapel, they bring my class in, and the back room is filled with about a dozen corrections officers. We can't read that play in front of them because of retribution. So I watched my class huddle and decide what parts they could read, what parts they couldn't, which they did. And then Cornell spoke and Cone spoke. And I had one more class. I went back the next night. I had a guy who'd been on death row. And he got up and he turned to the class and he said, well, you probably saw last night I was crying. I was sitting with Cornell and Conan. Most of my class was crying. He said, you may have seen I was crying. The night Dr. West and Dr. Cone came to speak to us, I've been in the prison since 1984, and the night Dr. West and Dr. Cone came to speak, was the only happy night I've ever spent in prison, and he sat down. And when that bell went, that bell goes, you got to move. Spontaneously, every member of that class came up and signed the front of that script. And I walked out of the prison. I said, this is their song. And I said to them, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to take it to every theater director I can find. And it'll be performed this spring in the theater in Trenton. And when I went back and told them, every single one said the same thing, which is, can our families go? Does that mean they'll go free? Does that solve the system of mass incarceration? No, but that is so for me. I can live off of that for 10 years. I know in the grand existential scheme of life, it probably means nothing, but to them, to me, it's sacred. It's a sacred moment. It's a moment of transcendence. It's a moment where I've affirmed their dignity and their integrity. And I think that when hope becomes grounded like that, it truly becomes subversive and powerful in ways that even we don't understand.
Hello. Thank you very much, Chris. I'm a big fan, and I'm especially thankful for the work you did with Dr. West, suing the Obama administration over the NDA 2012, and thank you for that. And so I was very heavily involved in the Occupy movement, and I remember an article that you had created called "Cancer Within Occupy" was like very divisive, like within the movement, and actually it was like a bit of a fulcrum of which a lot of the people that I knew that were heavily involved ended up like splitting apart. It was also during the militant police crackdown on all of the occupations throughout the US. And, you know, black bloc tactics, although not something that I do myself, is something that I deeply appreciate. You know, de-arresting people, you know, I think somebody threw a bottle at a cop or something. I think that was your biggest complaint in the article.
You ready? You ready? My name is Simon Banks, and this is Dispatch. Today's show. What? My name is Simon Banks. This is Dispatch. Well, we've come this far. What's next? What's next? I'm flying blind here. I can't see anything. We'll be fine. All right, let's see if I remember what not to do. Simon Banks, Dispatch. Back at it. You know, there's some people that think that Dispatch guy is Hoverman. It's true. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. Dispatch guy. All right. You with me? You guys aren't with me. You don't know what's going on. You have no clue. Where have you been? Where's everybody been? In what order did you arrive? Come on, guy. All right, so today, for your viewing pleasure, I like to, for the first time, no, this isn't the first time. It's not the first time. We've done this before. Hey there. Who are you? You're new. I like you. I like you. Hi. We have John Towers in the house as well. That's all I can see. And Liu. Yes. Chris Hedges. Best speech might be coming down the pike, but for now, we must figure out what it is that we should do next. What should we do next, Tom? Tommy! Hey, Tom. Hi, Tom. Hey, buddy. I'm big. Yeah, you are. You're huge. Yeah. So, boom. A boom. And cut. We good? All right. Good job, guys. Whew. Huh? Wow. All right. My name is Dispatch Guy, and this is Dispatch. My name is Simon Banks. I am dispatch for a number of certain types of people, superheroes, demigods, whatnot. So it's a big job. Someone's got to do it, and that's me. Solomon Banks, dispatch guy. Just dispatch. Dispatch. We're going to do dispatch. Okay? From now on, just dispatch. The accent's good though, huh? I'm going to keep the accent up. My name's Simon, and I'm dispatch. That's much better. Much better. So, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all. I see it. I see it. So, what we got here? We've got John Towers and Liu. Plus, is that? I thought Bare Bones Media over here as well. So we got Suresh. Nice. That's the one. And we've got Suresh on the other side. Suresh Sony. Well. Welcome. Welcome, Suresh. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the little game we will be playing. And it's fun. Just because it's fun. Because why not? We got time. We don't have to rush anyone, do we? Everybody gets the same. Everybody gets the same. Everybody gets the scooter. And it's motorized, this one. This one's a motorized scooter. Battery operated. All right, let's get serious here. Come on. Let's get serious. Is he for realsies? Is he seriously doing this? What is he doing? What's he doing? I don't get it. I don't get anything he does. 1,271 event logs. And we are only an hour and 52 minutes in, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good for event logs. As far as event logs is concerned, it's not bad. You guys already got a butterfly. But you know what? Everybody gets a scooter. Everyone gets a scooter. I don't care what it costs at the end. If that's all we have a budget for, then that's all we get. Do we give away scooters at the YouTube thing? What is it that we do over here? Hi, YouTube. YouTube. Oh, he's good. He's good. He's really good. An hour and 5 minutes into YouTube. But what is it that he's doing? I don't get it. I don't get it. I think he's a bit of a conspiracy theorist. It looks like he's just like, he's always... Aye? 32 minutes, 12 seconds. Oh. Time. That's right, it doesn't exist. I tried to tell them, but they won't having anything of it. Oh, that's getting really good. That's a good accent. I think you should go with that one. Yeah, it's solid. Oh, you didn't give him the scooters yet. I'll give it to him later. It's YouTube. They get enough. All right. You ready? So, nice setup. Could be a little more aligned for my liking, actually. I'm not liking that very much. Come on, man. Get with it. Symmetry. Symmetry. Welcome to my masterclass. Well, hello there. My name is oh fuck. I forgot my name. I forgot my name. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. I don't know. I know the computer's here. I can see. Don't worry. I can see. I can see good enough. Cheers. Cheers. Instagram. Should we bring Instagram in? Fuck, I need something. Fuck, I need so many more items. No, this is a problem you can solve. You don't need that. You don't need all that stuff. You don't need money to do what you do. If you can do it, you should be able to do it without the money. Yeah, I can. What are we doing? What are we doing again? 35 minutes, 6 seconds. We have 1,337 event logs. And that is, I'm just going to count them. 1,338 event logs with Quinn Bucktooth and what was that? Sarah's here, I think. Sarah Dahl. Yeah, Sarah Dahl. We got Alan, Dave, Arshin, Al. We got Al, Nietzsche, a few other people. Ian Santos, Buen Brazo, and Sina Chen with 1,346 event logs. Well done. Plus, on the right, is that all right now? On our right, we have another 655 event logs. And at Bare Bones Media, we have no event logs because I don't know if that means anything. But we do have Suresh here, and everybody should come. Oh, Liu's here. See, this is where we can build up past 5,000, I believe. So eventually I got to make everybody come over here so that we can build over 5,000. And then it's going to be a little bit of a pyramid scheme. Whoever got lucky at the beginning. We're going to do it. I tell you, I swear that I know what I'm doing. I'm going to take the bull by the horns. Yeah. The bull. Taking the bull by the horns. I am. Taking the bull by the horns. Horrible. That's a really bad song. Cut. Next. $2? Are you fucking kidding me? That's amazing. Good deal. Ah, shit. I think that's it, guys. Oh my God. No. You know what? Now we just got started. So dispatch guy is going to start now. Is he? Isn't he? What are we doing? Chris Hedges or dispatch guy? Who do we ask? Let's ask anybody. Or do you want to find out what it is that I might be potentially doing? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, dude. I really don't. Quinn Bucktooth? For your native friend, Quinn Bucktooth. Are you a native? I had no idea. I know. You and all your medicines and First Nations talking points. I don't think they go by First Nations anymore, bud. All my Indian friends, my native Indian friends. I'm part something. I don't know what I am. Fuck. I have no claims to anything. But everybody gets a scooter. That's what I know. Okay, 3, 2. What are we? No, just get ready. Get ready. This is where the big starts. This guy's like right into it. Yeah. Dispatch on YouTube went down. It went down. We may have to live stream next time. Yeah, I told you to live stream. I thought you were gonna do that with the OBS system, dude. OBS next time. All right. I'm just getting started. This looks good. What are you gonna do? I'm not sure. Let's see what we can do. Dispatch guy. Dispatch. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's do dispatch guy. Yeah, let's do oh, figure it out. What's this here? You know, let's switch it up. Let's switch it up. Yeah, let's switch it up. Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's where I want it. Yep. There. I want this over here. Now. This is really going to happen. And I cannot believe it. We've been waiting for a very long time for this to happen. And it's going to happen right now. No parlor tricks. No more parlor tricks. It's pure gut-wrenching, hilarious, thought-provoking shit. What happened? What happened? No. What happened? No, you gotta go back in time. Time. When was that time? Do you remember the time when we used to have fun? Fuck, we had good fun, eh? There was a time when we used to have fun. Yeah, it's true. I know. It's true. All right, so we're looking at about, I don't know, 40 minutes. 40, give or take. 40 to 45 minutes. 45? No? Yep, 45. What's that? 46. Yeah, 45. We'll do 45. And that will be it for the night. 9:16 p.m. Making good time on this one. Whew. What are we doing? I don't know. 45 minutes, I guess. We'll do 45. Fuck. What again? What else do you got to do? You know, where's the camera? Where's the camera? Is it over here? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Hey. Smart monkey. Smart monkey. Smart monkey. So I got the part of one of the apes in the new Planet of the Apes movies. So yeah, that idea hasn't been done before. I'm in. I had to wear a mask, but we're all wearing masks now, aren't we? Right? Am I right? So what mask are you wearing? John. Well, don't be too hard on John. John's got to figure it out. So is Liu, Sarah Dahl, Quinn Bucktooth, few other people. I can't go through them again. I can't do this anymore. But you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do 45 minutes. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be exciting, uplifting. You know, it's gonna be something you can write home about. You can say, you know what? I went to a really good show today, and now you'll be writing it. Dear Mom, I went to a really good, Yeah, fuck it. Be nicer to each other. Kind, compassionate, love. All right? It's easy. It's easy. It's easy. It's the easiest thing to do, you know? All right, setting up. We're gonna bring let's bring Instagram in. We charged up? Good. Set them down there. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine on the floor. No, that's nice. That's really nice. Oh, that looks good. Oh boy. Oh boy. You really got something. You got it nailed down there. Yeah, you do. That's a nice piece of art down there, what you just did. Oh boy. Welcome. Welcome to the slaughterhouse. What? Shit. This guy's intense. He is so intense. When are we going to start? 10. 9. Don't do this, dude. Seriously, when are we going to start? I need to know. Dispatch there. Over here. We got this guy over here. These guys. All these guys over here. And then we got these guys on that. Right? We got these guys. We got all the bases covered. So. I got to check messages. I don't want anybody to disturb us while we're doing what we need to do, you know. So let's figure this out. Let's figure it out. That's a good idea. Oh, lots of loving lately. Well, that's because you're starting to make sense. It's all coming together. It really is. What are you doing? I have no clue. Look at these chickens. They're funny. John Martin, everybody. John Martin. You know what? That was so funny. I'm going to send you something special. And I'm going to send you one of my favorite gifts of all time. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's not it, though. I'm going to send you someone different, though. And there we go. Why aren't there so many songs about rainbows? And what's on the other side? It's a great song. Tell me later. Yeah, later. Come on. Leave me alone. I'm doing a show. Leave me alone. Remind me later, though. That's awesome. Thank you. Why aren't there so many songs about rainbows? Well, you know why? What's the error? There's no errors here. We don't make mistakes here. Okay? 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 Rainbows are visions, but only illusions. Okay, bring camera. Fuck, what is it? Camera 5. Camera 5. Closer. Yep, good. And nice close up on Kermit. Good. Good enough. Live in 3, 2, 1. You're live on Instagram. Hi, Kermit. How are you? Well, let me tell you, Tom. Rainbows are visions, but only illusions. And rainbows have nothing to hide. Oh, yeah. That's good. That's good. Not too close, eh? Not too close. Should I wear a hat or a mask? Oh, God. Yeah, that's better. That good? That's going to be good. That's going to be so nice. And that's a nice. Oh, wonderful. You're a real professional. You're a true hero. You're a Canadian hero. No, you're giving me too much credit. You're giving me way too much credit. I would never go to war. But we should take care of those that did. That was a shitty deal. Rainbows are visions, but only illusions. 1,550 event logs. Plus 804 plus nothing on the bare bones media side because I don't know if that even pertains there. Doesn't matter. It's about views and it's about keeping each other posted on shit. This is the way I'm going to keep posting people on my shit and shit. Just shit. Things that are important to me. 1,555 event logs. Can you believe that, folks? Can you believe that? Unheard of. Unfucking heard of. Wow. It's been done before. Has it? Yeah. Who did it? Me. Really? Yeah. 9. There was one time I had all the logs. All of them. They're all mine. I'm a really good Facebook person. I'm a good Facebooker. I know who to hang out with. It was definitely not your family for the most part, except for your mom and her new husband. Thank you for all your support. And what did you do? What do you do? Nah, it's not an issue anymore, I don't think. Dear God. All right, we're going to go live now. You ready? Yeah, we're live with Facebook. So now what? Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So maybe throw in some Chris Hedges just before because he's not ready. When do you think he'll be ready? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Yep. Bye. Okay. So this is a minor delay. No big deal. It gives me time to check my messages. I think I already did that, but let's make sure. Yeah, I'll like that. Like the page, of course. I like everything. I like everything. In hopes that everybody... No, not everybody. Just like maybe one or two. I don't fucking care. No, I don't want anybody to like my stuff. Actually, I'd like everybody to share my stuff. Can you share my stuff? Can you share my stuff, please? No? That's fine. Actually, you know what I'd like you to do? Just subscribe. Can you subscribe? No? All right. There's something different with you. All right. So the marathon continues. I've been live now for 52 hours. Is it 52? No. No, it wasn't 52. That's a lie. All right. So I told a lie and then I said I lied right away. Okay? So that's the difference between someone who's kind of joking around and, you know, no, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. No, I didn't do it. Didn't do it. Didn't do it. Same thing. Didn't do it. Oh, yeah. I did it. Yeah. We know you did it. We just proved you did it. Yeah, I know I did it. I just told you I did it. No, we told you you did it. When you told me, no, I told you. I told you I did it. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. Oh, man, we got through it. We got through it. We sure got through that. So we nailed down some truths. Truth is that Trump and many politicians and bad businessmen do the same thing. I didn't do it. Lie. Happens everywhere. Even in the evangelical church, would you think that it would ever happen? Yeah, lies there. Lots of lies there. Otherwise, they would not be aligned with someone like Trump. Goes against their philosophies that are based on Jesus' teachings. Do you know? I think you know. Do you know? Do you know who I am? Do you know? Do you know who I am? All right, so live in 3, 2, set it up, dude. All right, so dispatch guy was fun. I agree. Probably one of the best things I've ever done. We got another guy that wants to come in. He's been waiting a long time. All right, so let's give him. Is this the one? Yeah. Sure. Oh, God, where'd it go? We'll find him. It was a bad connection, anyways. Let's give some people the seat. Let's give a person the seat. Let's give. We haven't heard it from Alan Watts for a while. It's a great lecture. A veil of thoughts, full wisdom. It's an hour and 13 minutes long, though. That might be just a little too long. When did we ever care about being too long? We do what we want. Here in space. Welcome to Tea in Space. My name's Tom, and this is Space. I'm going to share with you some thoughts. But first, I would like to introduce to you one of the greatest lecturers of all time, the author of Veil of Thoughts, Alan Watts, everyone. Alan Watts. Cue sound. Commercial. Go.
Is a lie. Everyone makes it sound so easy. Pick some products, buy
That's
some
too loud.
ads, and
Too
make
loud.
a profit. The only problem is that it's not
Way
easy
too
to
loud.
find products that
Too
will
too
earn
loud.
enough to pay for ads and leave a profit.
Way too
Out of
loud.
100
Turn it
random
down.
products,
Turn
we'd
it
be
down.
lucky to find even
There you go.
one product that can be advertised.
All right, Rain Man.
This is why people spend thousands of dollars on ads trying to figure out which products are winners in e-commerce. And this data is insanely valuable and the real key to making the business work. So what if there was a shortcut to get all that data? Imagine
Testing,
you can get your hands
testing.
on a huge list of hundreds of winning products. Now this might
Can we
sound
skip
like some
this?
crazy fantasy, but this is exactly
It's free
what
training.
we built.
So if you need free training, go to this place. Storeformula.com.
Spying on thousands of Facebook ads.
We gave him lots of time on that one, didn't we? Sure we did. Why not? Nice. Sarah Dahl on the guitar.
subject of this seminar is the veil of thoughts.
The Veil of Thoughts.
And following out the theme that somebody once suggested by saying that thought is a means of concealing truth, despite the fact that it's an extraordinarily useful faculty.
Are you getting the
But in quite recent weeks, we've had an astounding example of the way mankind can be bamboozled.
put your earpiece in?
There was a crisis about gold,
Put your earpiece in.
and the confusion of money in any form whatsoever with wealth is one of the major problems from which civilization is suffering. Because way back in our
Do you hear?
development,
You hear me?
when we first began
Are
to
you
use
hearing us?
symbols
Do you hear us?
to
Do you
represent of the physical world,
What happened there?
we found
Did it
this
freeze?
such an ingenious device that we became completely fascinated with it.
Alan Watts, everybody.
And in ever so many different dimensions of life, we
All
are
right.
living in a state of total confusion.
And we got some technical difficulties on camera too.
And
I think he's fucking
the
around
real
again.
reason why in our world today, where
So
no
we're-
technical reason whatsoever why
Wouldn't
there
address-
should be any poverty at all.
Oh,
The reason it still exists.
Step in time, please.
People keep asking the question, where's the money going to come from?
I got some problems here.
Not
I can't do anything.
Money doesn't
So he's kept his
I need
sentence.
more. I need more power.
except if you
I need more memory, please. Can I have more memory, please? Come on, Marie.
to increase the supply of
I need more memory. I need a better computer.
In the Democratic primaries.
Prosperity would depend not upon
Go.
finding new processes for growing food in vast quantities.
All right.
Or getting nutrition out of
Yeah, we're getting
ocean,
rid of that one.
or getting
Next.
water from atomic energy. No, it depends on discovering a new gold mine. And you can see what a nonsensical
You know what? I'd
state
like
of
to see a
affairs that
fight
is.
between these two guys,
Because when gold
Krishnamurti
is used for money,
and
it
Alan
becomes,
Watts,
in fact, useless.
in the
Gold
octagon.
is very useful metal for filling teeth, making jewelry,
The legend,
and maybe covering the dome of the Capitol in
the
Washington.
one to beat.
But the moment it is locked up in vaults, in the form of
Krishnamurti,
ingots, it becomes completely useless.
1981 Public Talk
It becomes
6
a false security.
in
something
ending,
that people
which is
cling to
death.
like an idol, like a belief
His
in
Great
some
Beauty.
kind of Big Daddy, oh God. who
It's a bad
whispers,
title.
who lives
Change the
above
title,
clouds.
dude. Next time.
And
Listen up,
all,
though.
all that kind of thing diverts
Listen
our
up.
attention from reality. We go through all sorts of weird rituals and get in the
It's going to
symbol,
be a battle.
in other words, gets in the way of practical life. So it was, you remember the Great Depression. I expect them.
Sound, please. Sound on.
The Great Depression.
Hey,
When,
Queen Bee.
one day.
Well, you're
everybody was doing
everywhere.
business and things were going along pretty well. And the next day.
Do you remember when we first met? We first met
like
here.
someone came to work
Did we
and they
not?
said to him,
Yeah, we did.
sorry, chum, but you can't do
Yeah,
it
we
today.
did.
No.
All right, sound on.
He said, what do you mean we don't have enough inches?
I knew.
We got wood, haven't we?
My computer
We got metal,
sucks.
we even got tape measures. You say, yeah, but you don't understand the business.
I got.
We just haven't got enough.
I got a
inches.
pretty good computer, but I need more memory. I
we
need a
use so much
quantum computer. That's what I need. Oh, fuck
That's
this up so bad.
What happened? And we have
Anyways,
depression.
listening to
Because
Krishna
money
Murti
is something of the same order of
and
reality
Alan Watts, but I can't turn the
as
volume up.
inches, grams, meters, pounds, or lines of latitude.
So I'm not sure what to do.
It is an
You
abstraction.
know?
It is a method of bookkeeping to obviate the
Oh, come
cumbersome
on.
procedures
not
of
working.
barter.
I think we tapped
Our
out.
culture, our civilization, is entirely hung up on the notion that money
Anyways, I'm glad
is
you're all
independent
here
reality
because
of
I really
itself.
did want to talk. I
And
think
this
we
is a
should just
very
sit down and.
striking, concrete.
It's not working. No. So I guess you're wondering why I called you here today. This is awkward. Yeah. Holy crap! Not to be awakened, but I never realized how pretty your eyes are until just now, all up close and personal. Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud? Yeah, they're beautiful. Really? Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. That was nice. I never get compliments anymore. I don't need them either. All right. Thanks. You got nice eyes too. Queen Bee, everybody. We both got nice eyes. Yeah. It's too close though, eh? Way too close. All right, come on a little closer. Let's go a little closer here. And if you see my my kids in there somewhere, if you see them, just tell them I've been thinking about them. Whatever, no big deal. No one has to get all mushy about it, you know. Just thought about them. That's all. I think they're on Instagram. I think they're on the Instagram thing. I really do. What a transition. How do you do it? How do you make that transition between doing nothing, between doing everything and then doing nothing at all? Well, that's quite easy. Did you guys see the Howard Lederer performance? I think you might just now. Let's try. Let's what I like to do now, for the sake of my own computer. It's nice that Quinn's over here now. This is good. I like it over here. This is cool. All right, let's do this. Quinn Bucktooth on my left. When who's gonna be here? Who's gonna be on? No, it doesn't matter. We don't need them. Just me and you, bud. Me and you taking down the Man. Well, I didn't sign up for that. All right, well then let's just have some fun. Like, dispatch guy, dispatch guy. Dispatch guy. Hello, my name is Simon Banks, and this is Dispatch Guy. I'm Dispatch. Dispatch Guy. Dispatch Guy. I love Dispatch Guy. Well, if you like it better on Instagram, maybe you should stay on Instagram. And maybe we should bring other people on Instagram because these platforms don't seem to be working as well as I thought they might. But I'll still do it because I can. Until I can't. And at which time I will say farewell. Because I'm going to the beach. And I'm not going to be back for a couple of fucking years. I swear to God, I'm not coming back. I won't come back. I put in my time. 1,017 event logs. Can you believe this? Yeah, I can. 1,804 20. We're at 3,800 event logs. Hey, look who it is. Oh gosh, I can't really see anything. What is it? Yeah. All right. I see. You know what? I can't be expected to keep it all together. When you're juggling as many balls as I am. When you're juggling. Yeah. Okay. So. My name is Simon Banks, and this is Dispatch Guy. Dispatch Guy. So bring Dispatch Guy in. He's waiting in the wings. I think he may have had a little too much to drink the night before. It would seem that I'm not feeling myself today. Fuck this. All right. I'm Howard Lederer. This is my oh God. I'm Howard Lederer, and this is my master class. Come in, take a seat. Did you pay Sally at the? No, go pay her and then come in. Fuck. I'm just gonna lie here. Oh, he sounds delightful. Delightful. And then we're going to head to the voice of reason. Hold on here. My name. He's way ahead. He's way ahead. Pull him back. Pull him back. Right to the back. And there we go. He doesn't get away with anything here. The Howard Lederer experience, people. Playing off Broadway. You're supposed to have all that organized before. Put your fucking earphone in. Dude, put your earphone in. Put your earphone in. Put your earphone in. 5 of diamonds. Nice. Put your earphone in. Fuck him. He's just so fucking hard to deal with. All right. Setting up camera 2. Well, shall we go with the other public study show? That is a Facebook original. Facebook original. Oh, this is going to be really exciting. I can't wait. I can't wait for what he has to say. Seriously. We have waited 4 hours for him to set up. He should have had all this set up beforehand. All of it. But he didn't. Because why? Because he wanted to listen to his Christian Murdy. Fuck, stop preaching at me. All right? Stop preaching. Fuck, I turned you off long ago. Public study. 2 hours, 8 minutes. Oh, this should be interesting. These fuckers, they don't like each other at all. Nah, they're fine. They're fine. You know, it seems like they don't like each other. They're just miserable. They're miserable, crotchety, old fuckers. Yeah. They're fine. 1,888 event logs. 1,078. Invite your friends. No. I will not be inviting any of my... Where are you going, dude? Dude, where are you going? Fuck you. All right. I'm putting you over here. I'm done with you. Seriously. I'm done with you. You. And you. We're separating you two. Oh my god, that's loud. All right, let's answer it. Vernie, what's going on? Vernie, I'm in the middle of a show. Vernie. I'm in the middle of it. I'm in the middle of a show. Hey, how's it going? This is your lunch break. Hey, how's it going? Man, that's... All right, I gotta go. I'm in the middle of a show. How's my hair? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I gotta go. I'm in the middle of a show. All right, see you later. Bye-bye. Love you. Bye-bye. That was Vernie, everybody. Just in the middle of a show. Got 1,910 event logs. We got Quinn right over here on Instagram. She's going to be playing the part of... Who's this guy? Who is this guy? Who are you? What? What was that? What was that? Hold on. Did I just win something? Did I really? Did I seriously? Did I hit the jackpot? I think I hit the jackpot. Yeah. You just got to figure out a name here. What's this guy's name? This guy's Simon Banks. No, it's Howard Lederer. Howard Lederer and Simon Banks. That's right. So this show is Howard Lederer versus... Really? Really? Why is everybody switched around now? I thought we were doing... Oh, God. Whatever. All right. So you are going to play the part of Simon Banks. Queen Bee is playing the part of Simon Banks, and the stand-in is Ringo 1. All right. Now I know. And you, my friend, you are you're Howard Lederer, right? Right? All right. Cool. Let's see what these turkeys are doing. Let's see what these guys are doing. Live chat replay has been turned off for this video. You can't replay it. Sorry. Subject to rights. I own everything. Intellectual property. Yep. Yep. And I own the whole alphabet. I own all the letters. Yep. Yep. So you need my permission. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Don't get me going. 1944 event logs. Now this is fun. Now we're having fun. 1136 event logs over there. And on the Bare Bones Media side, we've got Altaf. That is new. Vernie, we knew. We ready? All right. Do you want to bring some sound into this? Yeah, take that away. All right. Cue music. What are we going with? What are we going with, Quinn? I'm going to go with that native music. And start off really, real strong. This is going to be a fight, right? We're going to get some things accomplished tonight. What do you do? I don't know. I'm looking for that thing, though, that music. You know which one I'm talking about. The, until I find something else. The red something. Or we can do American Native. I think that's a good idea. American Native flute. It's an hour long. Oh, God. We've got some technical difficulties on camera 3. Gaia. Get your free trial. It's actually, I did this. I got my free trial. And now I don't have any money, so I can't watch it. But it's a good alternative to cable. You know what I'm saying? All right. Oh my God, this is serious business. Crow Hop? Crow Hop. All right, Crow Hop. Crow Hop by Black Lodge Singers. Nice. We'll choose the first one. Here we go. This is perfect. Going live in 3, 2, 1. Bring in camera 3. What the hell? What happened there? Why is Fox News the next thing that plays after my stuff? Why is this? Why is this? No, I did not sign up for this. That does not come. Now, play my stuff. If someone's playing my stuff should come after it. Not this shit. Not this shit. Seriously, not this shit. Fuck. Good point. Good point, son. All right. Forgiven. Facebook. No, YouTube. Oh, I guess so, eh? Yeah, Facebook's got their own issues. What's going on here? Can we bring them back? All right. We're going to take the music down. Take the music. Oh, not off. Down. Slow, gradual fucking fade. Can you do a fade? Fade it out.
Stay in office forever, you try.
Okay, so we got visuals. All right, we got letterer back.
Can you get me the first ticket out of the country anywhere? Finland or Greenland.
Oh, come on. You guys aren't even
Or,
fucking trying. Are you
Cote
trying?
d'Ivoire. Doesn't matter. I gotta get out of here.
All right. Can you please book a one-way ticket to
Trump's
Swaziland?
gonna be president forever.
What's he saying? Yeah, just book the ticket. We got to get rid of this guy. Just book the ticket.
Give me any flight. Any flight.
It's fucking Howard Lederer. Who cares? Yeah.
I'm Howard Lederer. This is my master class, and I'm cheap. Fucking cheap.
Yeah, I know. I spent enough time with you. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I got tons of money.
You have a lot of money?
I don't know what to do with it.
All right. See, I think we lost them. This isn't going as well as I thought it might. It just seems like people aren't really putting the effort in. Yeah. Letterer's like going on about shit and doesn't make any sense. Can we do it another day? Can we pick up another day that they were doing this? I need better equipment. I gotta shut it down. That's a lot of event logs. That's like 3,200 event logs in 3 hours, whereas last time, oh, man, I need a bigger computer, a quantum computer, please. I want the best computer so I can do stuff. And a team. I need a team of people too, please. Thanks. That would be nice. All right. Cool. Oh, and better internet. I need to be hooked up at all times. There's so many things that I can do. Hey. Tribe Called Red. Yep. Let's play some. All right, so this isn't working. But it was a good idea. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to drop you guys. Boom. Just drop you. Done. I'm going to throw you guys over. You're going to throw you over here. Yeah. And then we're going to throw you. You see? I'm going to throw you over there. See? And now we got this. Can we do this? Or this? This or this? That's fine. We can just do this, right? And play music. Get rid of him. Letterer's out. I'm not working with him again. He's hard to work with. I'm second guessing the Simon Banks guy too. Who's playing Simon Banks? No, Simon Banks is fine. Simon Banks is doing a good job. Doing a lot better than this guy at this late hour. How many event logs are you at? Oh, I stopped counting after 2,000 on the one. And then there's like 1,200 on the other. Hey, can you figure out if that's a good... Is it probably not a good thing? I'm just proving a point. What's the point? Tribe Called Red. Everybody. I'd like to play for you a little ditty from A Tribe Called Red. Oh, that's a good transition. You really did well there. Yeah. You should know what you're doing. Well, No, I don't. But I'll figure it out. I just need a better computer. More power, please. Can we kick that up to what are you doing, dude? Tribe Called Red. Tribe. One hand in it. What the? So without further ado, A Tribe Called Red? Redfoot? Black Bear? Is that right? Without further ado, A Tribe Called Red. These guys are popular. And they got...
Is like tasting peanut butter for the first time.
Yeah, advertising. Let's play it. Let's be a part of it. Jiffy. I love peanut butter. Trump impeaches? No, he doesn't impeach anybody. He wasn't impeached. You don't know what you're talking about, you fuckers. Trump celebrates impeachment victory with insults, profanity, in a White House event. I'm fucking serious. Fuck you, Trump. Oh, no. We love you, but fuck you. I like this. Good music. That was a really good start. Good start to the show. Good start for show. I like that. Right from the beginning. Hit him hard. Hit him hard. 2,127 event logs. And on the other end of town, we got almost 1,300. That's like a lot of event logs. Plus, we're live on Bare Bones Media. And we have a little band. They call themselves A Tribe Called Red. Electric powwow drum. It's the official audio. And we're allowed to use it for free. So that's nice. So let's play it for them. Because music should be free. So bad at this. You are so fucking bad at this. And music. You had a really good speech there, dude. That was awesome. Good speech and everything, and then you fucked it up. Oh, it wasn't perfect. Yeah, it was a perfect call. It was a perfect call. What does that mean? Perfect call. I don't understand you. You're weird. All right. 19, volume set. Are you ready? So, good speech, and cut, paste. And this is a Tribe Called Red. welcome to Dispatch. My name is Simon, and this is Dispatch. I'm Dispatch Guy. Cut. All right. That was A Tribe Called Red, and this is Dispatch. I'm the Dispatch Guy. Dispatch Guy. Right. All right. So, what we want to do now is we want to take from that other piece and slide it into that. Nah, it's not that complicated. Dude, it's not that complicated. Fuck. Just play music. My name's Simon Banks, and this is A Tribe Called Red. I need a new system. No, I don't. All right. There we go. One more time. Straighten the mic out. Symmetry. What symmetry? What symmetry, Father? Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you a little story about a time when I went for a walk. It was a long walk, and I found this this rock, right? And I love this rock, right? And then I dropped it. I dropped the rock. I couldn't find it. Fuck! I didn't eat for fucking days, except for this piece of toast here. I didn't eat for fucking days. I didn't eat for days. Days went by. Well, how many days? 2. All right. Get the jokester out of here. Who's this guy? He's doing commercials for banks now. The RBC. Well, I think they're the only ones in town that like me. The other ones didn't like it when I was filming too much. Sorry. Sorry for film. You can't do that here, sir. Yeah, I can. I did. All right, so A Tribe Called Red. Let's try it again. Hold on. I'm going to pull the... Let's go right from the beginning again. It's just a good start. We'll look the start. I like it. And what you want to do is make sure the sound's up, actually down a little bit on this here. Always have it a fraction down so you can play with it later. I learned that from a sound guy. And then, same goes for here. Put it up to about whatever it is. It maxes out at about 25. We'll leave it at about 20. We'll see what happens. All right. My name is Simon, and this is Dispatch. Yeah. Hey? I like it. was nice. I like that. Yeah, I know the sound crew is not really doing their job. Nah, they're trying. They're working with substandard equipment. That's all. Well, I like that. That was fun. Can we try it again? All right, let's do it. All right, take it back. Cue soundtrack. All right, let's just take it back. Take it back. It's a good sound level. Mark it. And action. Hi there. My name is Simon, and this is Dispatch. You can always do the visual too, is there? 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh yeah, I can feel it. I can feel it. It's gonna be a good workout. That'll be a good workout. Well, you're never gonna get a better time than this. A Tribe Called Red. Sound crew's getting it. All right. So I think we got one introduction. No, that's many introductions. That's a good introduction. I like that one. Well done. So I guess you're wondering why I called you here today. Well, here's the deal. Then I go on and I tell my story, right? See, I went to the park yesterday. No shit, here he goes. No, it's just we got some talking to do. And then we bring up what? Let's end off the night with a little Krishnamurti. Yep. I don't care what you think. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. He's got something to say. He's been saying it for years. Let's listen to it. Krishnamurti, everyone. So we're going to do the start, and then we're going to play this, and then we're going to end the night. This would be good. Is the music ready? Okay. Pause. Pull it back. Sound on. Go to YouTube. Go to Files. Yes, we need to find the right one. Now, where's my library? It's over here. This is my library. And this is very funny. Will Ferrell. I love him. I want to have Will Ferrell's babies. What? You're weird. All right. Knowledge and Human Relationships by Krishna Jiddu Krishnamurti. Jiddu Krishnamurti. Knowledge and Human Relationships. This is a first. I have never seen? Yes, I have. I have actually seen this one many times. No, not many. Once. Knowledge and human relationships. All right. So, nice. Good start. Good start. Well, hi there. How's it going? Oh, not too bad. Well, here, let's do that again. Let's do that one more time. Boom. There you are. There you are. Okay. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. I've never been this nervous before. What are you doing now? Well, you're going to introduce Jiddu Krishnamurti. Jiddu Krishnamurti. There you go. That's how you do it. My name is Simon Banks, and this is Dispatch. Bam, bam. And then you take it down. My guest today is Jiddu Krishnamurti. Well done. You ready? All right. Go live in here. I'm going to give you a different angle. Here's something to look at. Well, we are lights up. Oh, yes, this is what we can do too. Oh, I like it. Blank screen. Boom. And then we start. Oh my goodness. And he's just fucking drumming his bam. Just repeat that, cycle that up. Cycle it up. Yeah, it's actually a term, cycling it up. It's not a term. Cycle it up. And then yeah, you try it again. Back it up. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I like this. All right, so 3, 2, 4. Do you want a break? Do you need a break? Do you want another tea? I'll get you another tea. All right. He's just really hard to work with. That's all. It's hard. I gotta get him out of my. I gotta get him out of my head. You want some tea? Sound crew's not doing their job. I need more tech. There's only so much I can do. You know, there's only so much you can do, Tommy. Remember, you're just one guy. Yeah, I don't really want to work with Simon Banks anymore. Okay. Not you. Simon Banks. Over there. Keeps taking coffee breaks. I don't think he understands how important it is that we get this show going so that people can go home to their houses, feed their families. It's quite a crew we got here today. Sure. Well, you don't do that to me. You don't do that to me. Hi there, Instagram. Hi there. And now. Delete video. Delete. Next. Video. Live. My name is Simon Banks, and this is Space. T in space. No. 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 Shared it. No. Live in 3, 2, 1. My name is Simon Banks, and this is Dispatch. Where's Quinn? Quinn, where are you? Something went wrong. There you are. Sorry, we got cut off there. Whew. Busy day, ain't it? What'd you do? Well, I know what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna watch politics for like another 2 years. Yeah, gotta fire them all. Eventually, they'll all be gone, and then I'll have it all of it, because I want the whole pie. Am I right, Quinn? Fuck. Good idea. It is. No, I'll keep on. They're doing good. Everybody's doing good. This is awesome. It's a lot of fun. Hey, did you see my new show? Dispatch? You don't watch TV? Good. There's nothing on. Dem candidates out in force ahead of crucial New Hampshire primary on Tuesday. CNN Live, where we get told what the news is. We don't do our reporting. We just told what the stories are, and we focus on that. Because TV's bought. Anything on the TV's bought. PBS is bought. Who owns PBS? That the richest guy in the world, whatever his name is. Bezos, I think. Yeah, I think so. All right. You finished your coffee yet? Can we just do another? Let's try another one. fun. Well, you got a really big head. Oh boy. All right. Let's do it one more time. 3, 2, 1. My name's Simon Banks, and this is Dispatch. Who's here? So now we got Vernie still one side. Quinn still over there too. Yeah, we got lots of people. We got enough. We got enough to do what we need to do. Of course I'll be your friend. Why would I not be your friend? Let's check some messages. You can't fall behind on the messages. I don't care what you're doing. You just can't. So what we're going to do is we're going to check some messages. Do you hear that? Tea time. It's tea time. Tea time? My goodness. Oh, I like tea time. Oh, you got some good work ethic there. You're a good worker. You're really good at working. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm a good worker. I'm a good worker. You want a job? Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started. Sugar? Yes, please. Well, maybe we should keep the music running at least. Keep the music running, man. All right, we're gonna put some other music on. Pause that. And we're gonna listen to something relaxing because we're gonna go to bed soon. Well, at least I am. What are you gonna play? What are you gonna play? I don't know. All I know is that this is probably what I'm gonna watch tonight. Something within here I'm going to watch tonight. But I want to listen to some music right now. So what do I got? What do you got? What do you got? I got a lot of music. You want to see it? Well, since I'm thinking about my kids a lot today, the video's unavailable. Why? Why? Why is that? That would have been perfect. But we don't need perfection here. What we need is a little Brothers Landreth, please. And all right. Cue sound. Skip ad. Skip ahead.
You're cold and August, you're a stream too shallow. A heart-shaped box with no letter inside. You're a seed unplanted, your feet run fallow. Your heart's used up, you're feeling cast aside. I'm sorry that I left so soon. Left you standing at the gallows. You were all strong. The hangman waiting for a sign. Come see me at the greenhouse. In the backyard. Down at the oak tree. With our names carved in the bark. Come see me at the train tracks. Bringing pennies for old time's sake, even though I'm gone. There's memories that you need to take with you. Now you're working up the courage just to walk yourself through that doorway. A big world outside, you're afraid of what you'll find. But you're leaning on friends, finding comfort and laughter. Patching up your heart, finding some peace of mind. I'm sorry that I left so soon. You're stepping down from the gallows. You were all strong up. The hangman waiting for a sign. Come see me at the greenhouse. In the backyard. Down at the oak tree. With our names carved in the bark. Come see me at the train tracks. Bringing pennies for old time's sake. Though I'm gone, there's some memories that you need to take with you. Now you found a new lover, went and got yourself married. You're doing all the things that we never got to do. You had yourself a baby, she's beautiful and she's happy. Lord, I wish I could have given that to you. But I left you too soon. And I was standing at the gallows. I was all strung up. when I gave the hangman the sign. You don't need me at the greenhouse, in the backyard, or down at the oak tree, with our names carved in the bark. Don't make it to the train tracks, bringing pennies for old time's sake. There's new memories that you need to make. It's time for me to fade away. I'm going home. Ooh, I'm gonna fade away. Ooh, I'm going home. I'm gonna fade away.
We are Cree, strong, united. You have to let go of the past.
I don't remember my past.
Control it.
I have this power, but I don't know how.
I've never seen anything like her. You can find others. It's just the beginning.
My past is the key to all of this. I'm ready to be set free.
Can you imagine being able to play really awesome blues guitar solos in any key over the entire fretboard at the drop of a hat? Because I'm telling you, it's a lot more simple than you might realize. In fact, it's a lot more simpler than I've ever seen taught anywhere else. Now, I've spent countless hours actually creating what I call the blues solo heat map, which is something that you can learn in 20, 30 minutes and apply to your guitar fretboard and literally be able to solo in any key and play awesome sounding blues solos right away. And I want to give you this blues solo heat map 100% free. At Guitar Mastery Method, we have step-by-step guitar courses that can complete.
Krishnamurti, in dialogue with Dr. Alan W. Anderson. Born in South India and educated in England. For the past 40 years, he has been speaking in the United States, Europe, India, Australia, and other parts of the world. From the outset of his life's work, he repudiated all connections with organized religions and ideologies and said that his only concern was to set men absolutely unconditional.
This is Simon Banks, and this is Dispatch. Presenting Krishnamurti, the Jiddu kind, knowledge and human relationships with Dr. A.W. Anderson in San Diego, California, February 18th, 1974. Cue knowledge and human relations, please.
Krishnamurti, in dialogue with Dr. Alan W. Anderson. J. Krishnamurti was born in South India and educated in England. For the past 40 years, he has been speaking in the United States.
Oh, that's good. That's a wrap. Cut that. Paste. Done. Next. Who are you? Who are you? Okay, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. There you go. All right. Can we do something about you know who? Please. Thank you. All right. On the count of 3, you open your eyes and think you are an angel. Oh, God. All right. Here we go. All right, maybe then we do like, my name is Simon Banks. This is the Brothers Landreth. Tapping on the glass. Cue music. Cue volume. Nice.
With my knee at the altar, a scarred and broken girl. Be good to you, honey, watch your heart. I'll lay it on tears will kick in my spine. Oh.
The Brothers Landreth on AM radio. KZTT.
Spin me around, you're down in my head. Racing through my veins like a football.
Right.
Makes you feel steady.
So I'm debating whether I should just play music all the time and not do anything else, just play music and travel. I'm going to travel. Got to make money to travel first. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. All right? Eventually, this is going to be a big deal. No one's doing it like Tommy's doing it. Nobody. Hey, you got Quinn here. You got Quinn here. You got Vernie. You got everybody. You see, it's easy. What do we do? These guys are pretty popular, though. I don't think do they need help? It's only 6,788 views, so they need help. And they're good. They're Canadian as well. Do you know they're Canadian? All right, see ya. Brothers Landreth. Look into them. I like those guys. See ya.
There's always something. Wasn't pretty calling, just trying to sneak by. Anything but the truth, you know that it's a lie. I'm fooling myself. You're never gonna change.
Oh my god. That's loud. Can we screen those, please? What the hell? What's going on? Yeah. Vernie, no, not now, Vernie. Not now, Vernie. I can't talk to you now. Are you not listening to my program? I'm live right now, Vernie. I'm live. I can't do it. I'm listening to music. I'm live. I can't do it. I got a job to do. What's that job? Jiddu Krishnamurti.
Europe, India, Australia, and other parts of the world. From the outset of his life's work, he repudiated all connections with organized religions and ideologies and said that his only concern was to set men absolutely, unconditionally free. He is the author of many books, among them The Awakening of Intelligence, The Urgency of Change, Freedom from the Known, and The Flight of the Ego. This is one of a series of dialogues between Krishnamurti and Dr. Alan W. Anderson, who is professor of religious studies at San Diego State University, where he teaches Indian and Chinese scriptures and the oracular tradition. Dr. Anderson, a published poet, received his degree from Columbia University and the Union Theological Seminary. He has been honored with a Distinguished Teaching Award from the California State Universities.
Mr. Krishnamurti, in our previous conversation, I was extremely delighted, for myself at least, that we had made the distinction in terms of the relation between knowledge and self-transformation, between, on the one hand, the relationship that I sustain to the world, as the world is me and I am the world, and on the other hand, this dysfunctional condition, which indicates in your phrase that a person is involved in thinking that the description is the described. It would appear then that something must be done to bring about a change in the individual. And going back to our use of the word individual, we could say, and you used the word earlier, that we are dealing with an observer. So if the individual is not to make the mistake of taking the description for the described, then he must, as an observer, relate to the observed in a particular way that is totally different from the way he has been in his confusion. I thought perhaps in this particular conversation, if we pursued that, it would be a link directly with what we had said prior.
What we said previously, wasn't it that there must be a quality of freedom from the known? Otherwise it will be mere, the known is merely the repetitive of the past, the tradition, the image, and so on. The past, surely, sir, is the observer. Past is the accumulated knowledge as the me and the we, they and us, is this. The observer is put together by thought as the past. Thought is the past. Thought is never free. Thought is never new. Because thought is the response of the past as knowledge, as experience, as memory.
Yes, I follow that.
And the observer, when he observes, is observing with the memories, experiences, knowledge, hurts, despairs, hope, all that, with all that background, he looks at the observed. So the observer then becomes separate from the observed. Is the observer different from the observed, which we'll go into present later on.
Right.
That leads to all kinds of other things. So, when we're talking of freedom from the known, we are talking about the freedom from the observer.
The observer, yes.
And the observer is the tradition, the past, the conditioned mind that looks at things, looks at itself, looks at the world, looks at me, and so on. So the observer is always divided. The observer is the past, and therefore we cannot observe wholly.
If a person uses the first person pronoun, I, while he's taking the description for the described, this is the observer he refers to when he says I. Yes, yes, yes.
I is the past.
I see.
I is the herds, the various demands, all that is put together in the word the I, who is the observer. And therefore, division. The observer and the observed. The observer who thinks he's a Christian and observes a non-Christian or a communist. This division, this attitude of mind which observes with a conditioned responses, with memories and so on. So that is the no.
I see.
I mean, I think that is logically so.
Oh no, it follows precisely from what you said.
Yes. So we are asking, can the mind or the whole structure, can the mind be free from the no? Otherwise, the repetitious action, repetitious attitudes, repetitious ideologies will go on, modified, changed, but it is in the same direction. So
do go ahead. I was just going to say something, but I think I'll let it wait until you finish what you said.
So, what is this freedom from the no? I think that's very important to understand, because any creative action, I'm using the word creative in its original sense, not in the sense creative writing, creative bakery, creative essay, creative pictures. I'm not talking in those sense. In the deeper sense of that word, creative means something totally new being born. I mean, it's not creative, it's merely repetitive, modified, changed, not the past. So, unless there is a freedom from the known, there is no creative action at all. Which is, freedom implies not the negation of the known, but the understanding of the known, and that understanding brings about an intelligence which is the very essence of freedom.
Right. I'd like to make sure that I've understood your use of this word creative.
Yeah, that's why.
Seems to me very, very important.
Yes.
People who use the word creative in the sense that you described, creative this, that, and the other.
That's a horror. That is a dreadful way of using that word.
Because what the issue is of their activity is something merely novel.
Novel. That's right.
Not radically new, but novel.
It's like creative writing, teaching creative writing. It's so absurd.
Exactly. Yes. Now I do, I think, grasp precisely the distinction that you've made. And I must say I fully agree with that.
Unless you feel new, you can't create anything new.
That's right. And the person who imagines that he is creative in this other sense that we pointed to is a person whose reference for his activity is this observer that we mentioned, that is tied to the past.
Yes, that's right.
So even if something does appear that is really extraordinarily novel, merely novel, but still extraordinarily novel, they're kidding themselves.
The novel is not the creative.
Exactly.
You know, it's just, you know.
Right. And today, especially, it seems to be in our culture about this, because in order to be creative, one simply must rack his brains in order to produce something which in itself is bizarre enough to get attention.
That's right. Attention, success.
Yes, it has to be novel to the degree that I feel knocked on the head by it.
Yeah, eccentric and all the rest.
Exactly. But if that tension is increased, then with each succeeding generation,
freedom is one thing, and create and knowledge is another. We must relate the two and see whether the mind can be free from knowledge. This is, we won't go into it now. This is real meditation for me. You follow?
Yes, I do.
Because when we talk about meditation, we'll go into it. But see whether the brain can record and be free not to record. Brain to record and operate when necessary in the recording, in memory, in knowledge, and be free to observe without the observer.
Oh, yes, I see. That distinction seems to me absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be intelligible. No, yes.
So, knowledge is necessary to act in the sense, by going home from here to the place I live, I must have knowledge. I must have knowledge to speak English. I must have knowledge to write a letter and so on. Everything. The knowledge as function is necessary. Mechanical function is necessary. Now, if I use that knowledge in my relationship with you, another human being, I am bringing about a barrier, a division between you and me, who is the observer. And I'm making myself clear.
And I'm the observed in that case, right, in that context.
That is, knowledge in relationship, in human relations, is destructive. That is, knowledge, which is the tradition, the memory, the image, which the mind has built about you when we are related together, that knowledge is separate and therefore creates conflict in that relationship. As we said earlier, where there is division, there must be conflict. Division between India and Pakistan, India and America, Russia and all that, this divisive activity, politically, religiously, economically, socially, in every way, must inevitably bring conflict and therefore violence. That's obvious.
Exactly.
Now, when in relationship, in human relationship, knowledge comes between, then in that relationship there must be conflict. Between a wife, husband and wife, boy and girl, wherever there is the operation of as the observer, who is the past, who is knowledge, in that activity there is division and therefore conflict in relationship.
So now the question that comes up next is the one of freedom from being subject to this repetitive round.
That's right.
Good.
Now, is that possible? It's an immense question, because human beings live in relationship.
Yes.
There is no life without relationship. Life means to be related.
Exactly.
People who retire into a monastery and all that, they are still related. However, they might like to think they are alone, they are actually related.
Yes.
Related to the past.
Oh, yes, very much so.
To their Savior, to their Christ, to their Buddha, to their, follow all that, they are related to the past.
And their rule.
And the rules, and
Yeah.
they live in the past. And therefore, they are the most destructive people. Because they're not creative in the deeper sense of that word.
No, and they also, insofar as they are involved in this confusion that you've been talking about,
yes,
are not even producing anything novel. Not that means anything, but perhaps that would rather radically.
The novel would be for a man who is talkative to enter a monastery where they don't talk.
Yes.
That's a novel too, man. You said that's a miracle.
Right.
So, our problem then is, what place has knowledge in human relationship?
Yes.
Radically. The novel would be for a man who is talkative to enter a monastery where they don't talk.
Yes.
That's a novel too, man. You said that's a miracle.
Right.
Out of that relationship, we create the society in which we live. Out of that relationship, all our existence comes.
This would take us back again to the earlier statement, I am the world, the world is me.
Yes.
That is a statement about relationship. Yes. It's a statement about many other things too, but that is a statement about relationship.
Yes.
The statement, the description is not the described, is the statement of the rupture of the relationship.
That's right.
In terms of everyday activity.
So, everyday activity is my life, is our
everything.
life.
Yes, precisely.
Whether I go to the office, factory, or drive a bus, or whatever it is life, living.
But it is interesting, isn't it, that even when that rupture is undergone at a very destructive level, what we call thought in the context of our description of it and image becomes itself even distorted.
Of course.
So that the distortion that we've been calling knowledge in terms of its application, not what you described as I need to know how to get from here to there. No, of course. Can itself suffer an even worse condition than we are presently related to. And we have tomes upon tomes about that pathology in itself, don't we? Yes. Please do go on.
So, knowledge and freedom, they must both exist together. Not freedom and knowledge. It's the harmony between the two. The two operating all the time in relationship.
The knowledge and freedom in harmony.
In harmony, it's like they can never be divorced. If I want to live with you in great harmony, which is love,
yes,
which we will discuss that later on, there must be this absolute sense of freedom from you, not dependency and so on. This absolute sense of freedom and operating at the same time in the field of knowledge.
Exactly. So somehow this knowledge, if I may use a theological word here without prejudicing what we're talking about, if in correct relationship with this freedom, is somehow continuously redeemed. It is somehow operating no longer destructively, but in coordination with the freedom in which I may live, because we haven't got to that freedom yet. We've just posited the freedom.
That's why we have somewhat analyzed or discussed or opened the question of knowledge.
Yes.
And we haven't gone into the question of freedom, what it means.
No, but we have established something, I think, that this conversation so far has revealed, which is terribly important, at least I'd say for my students, in terms of helping them not to misunderstand what you're saying.
Okay.
I have the feeling that that many persons, because they're not sufficiently attentive to what you say, simply dismiss many statements you say out of hand as
impossible,
as either impossible or if they like the aesthetics of it, it still doesn't apply to them. It's a lovely thing out there. And wouldn't it be great if somehow we could do this? But you see, you haven't said that. You haven't said what they think you've said. You've said something about knowledge with respect to pathology, and you've said something about knowledge in which knowledge itself is no longer destructive.
No.
So we're not saying that knowledge as such is the bad guy. And something else is the good guy. No. I think it's terribly important that that's seen.
Yes,
and
that's why
I wouldn't mind it being repeated over and over again, because I do heartily feel that it's easy to misunderstand.
That's very important, because religion, at least the meaning of that word, is to gather together to be attentive. That is the true meaning of that word, religion. I've looked up it.
Oh, yes, I agree.
Gathering together all energy to be attentive. Yeah, to be attentive. Otherwise, it's not religion. Religion is just all the thing. So, we'll discuss that when we come to it. So, freedom means this sense of complete austerity and sense of total negation of the observer.
Exactly.
Out of that comes austerity, everything else. We'll go into that later on.
But austerity in itself doesn't produce it.
And now,
so we turn that upside down. Right. Yes,
austere means, really, the word itself means ash.
Yes.
Dry, brittle. But the austerity of which we're talking about is something entirely different. It is, it is the freedom that brings about this austerity inwardly.
There's a beautiful biblical phrase that points to this. Just 3 words: beauty for ashes. When a transformation takes place. And in English, we have the phrase ashes in the mouth. When the whole thing has come to the ashes. But there's the change from ashes to beauty.
So, freedom in action in the field of knowledge and in the field of human relationship. Because that is the highest importance, human relationship.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yes. Particularly if I'm the world and the world is me.
And obvious.
Yes.
So, what place has knowledge in human relationship? Knowledge in the sense, past experience, tradition, image.
Yes.
What has the observer, who is the observer, all that is the observer, what place has the observer in human relationship?
What place has knowledge, on the one hand? What place has the observer?
And observer is the knowledge.
Is the knowledge. But there's the possibility of seeing knowledge, not simply negatively, but in coordination, in true creative relation.
I said that.
Exactly.
That is, I am related to you. to make it very simple. I'm related to you. You're my brother or whatever it is, husband, wife, whatever it is. And what place has knowledge as the observer is the past. And knowledge is the past. What place has that in our relationship?
If our relationship is creative,
And it is not. Not if. We must take actually as it is. I'm related to you. I'm married to you. I'm the wife or husband, whatever it is. Now, what is the actuality in that relationship? The actuality, not theoretical actuality, but the actuality is that I'm separate from you.
the actuality must be that we are not divided.
We are. I may call you my husband, my wife, but I am concerned with my success. I'm concerned with my money. I'm concerned with my ambitions, my envy. I'm full of me.
Yes, I see that, but I want to make sure now that we haven't reached a confusion here.
Yes, we have.
When I say that the actuality is that we are not separate, I don't mean to say that at the phenomenal level that a dysfunction is occurring. I'm fully aware of that. But if we're going to say that the world is me and I am the world,
We say it theoretically. We don't feel it.
Precisely. But if that is the case, that the world is me and I am the world,
So
and
that-
this is actual. This is actual.
This is actual only when I have no division in myself.
Exactly. Exactly.
But I have a division.
If I have a division,
And therefore,
then there's no relationship between one and the other.
Therefore, one accepts the idea that the world is me and me is the world. That's just an idea.
Our first guest is a very funny man with his own brand new television program called The Norm Show. It premieres Wednesday on another network. Here's our good friend Norm Macdonald. Norm? Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I have to tell you something, Norm. I'm very happy for you because one or two times ago when you were on the show, you'd been fired. You'd lost your job at Saturday Night Live on the Weekend Update because those people didn't have the guts to stand by you. Because those people wouldn't know funny if it bit them in the ass. And they, of course, were hoping that they'd never hear from you again. They were hoping, of course, that they had squashed out another career. Right. They thought, okay, that's it for him. We don't have to worry about. Well, I saw two shows that you did, two of the Norm shows.
Oh, yeah.
I guess shows. They're unbelievably funny.
Oh, you like?
They're great shows.
Oh, that's nice.
I believe this thing's going to be a huge hit. And then, and I don't want to tell you how to run your career, but then just line up all those punks over there at NBC. You know, your Don Ohlmeyers, your Lorne Michaels, your Skippy.
Skippy Lowe, yeah. Skippy Henderson.
Yeah.
Skippy Lowe?
Just line up all those boys and tell them to kiss your ass.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. No, it was nice. I was working like all the time, so it was good. Like after the show, I got to I returned to my first love of doing nothing. I hung out for a while, and then I started on this and everything like that. But it's nice.
Turned out great.
It turned out all right. I got a chance to just be
Vindication.
What? I don't know. Who knows how
Well,
the show will do?
I think it'll do pretty well
Uh-huh.
because you're on right after the very popular Drew Carey show, and then your show, people dialing in to see you, and lo and behold, and you know, by the way, a lot of stuff on TV ain't that entertaining.
Yeah.
They dial up your show, and holy crap, it's actually funny.
Yeah, well, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good that it's going on after the Drew Carey show because a lot of people watch that.
Right.
And then people, they never turn the channels.
That's right. They
You know
don't.
what I mean?
It's inertia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with the
Well,
clicker.
they're in for a great surprise, my friend.
That's nice.
Congratulations. I'm very happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, and at the time, I think I was more upset than you were, and now that you're back on top, I feel like I'm happier than you were. I care more about your career than you do. Is that possible?
Well, I like, mostly I like watching TV.
Did you, if you like watching TV, I had your hands full last night with the Academy Awards. You had 4 hours there. Did you get to see any of that?
Well, I watched it all. I don't know the movies this year, you know?
The nominees?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see it. The only movie I saw was the Life is Beautiful movie.
Oh, Roberto Benigni.
Because I love Roberto Benigni.
She's entertaining.
Yeah. But I had never seen him in a movie. The only time I ever seen him was on your show, and he was always real funny.
Yep.
And so I went to that movie. It was in Life is Beautiful. And I'll tell you something about that movie. It might be a great movie and everything, but it's got a huge drawback. None of the characters speak English. You know? And for me, a person who it's the only language I understand is English. You see? So I'm screwed. I'm like, what the hell? And then, of course, and the title is English. They fool you, you know?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Life is beautiful. Those are all 3 English words.
Yeah, there you go.
So I wouldn't have gone if it was like, I'm on it, I'm on
Good evening.
Good evening. You want to get close to the microphone? Get close.
Yeah. I am not.
Yeah, well.
So, and then I get in there. So it's all these dudes speaking Italian, you know, and I'm trying to, and so what they do is they put words
Because I have my own pursuits, my own all the idiosyncrasy and so on, and she has hers. So we are always separate. And therefore always in battle with each other. Which means the observer as the past is the factor of division.
Yes. I was just wanting to be sure that the phrase "is the place," what is the place of the observer, was understood in the context of what we're saying. We have made the statement that there is such a thing.
Yes.
Well, its place as such would seem to me not to be what we usually mean by its occupying a place.
Yes.
But
Mohammed Al-Faris.
Good evening.
Good evening. You want to get close to the microphone? Get close.
I am not speak English. I am speak English a little bit.
Okay.
My daughter helped me.
Hi. Now, Mohammed Al-Faris.
Good evening.
Good evening. You want to get close to the microphone? Get close.
Yeah. I am not speak English. I am speak English a little bit.
Okay.
My daughter helped me.
Hi. Now, you're going to help us out with your mommy? You're going to talk to your mommy in your language?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell your mommy that she is charged with speeding.
انتي مأسرعة كتير بابا مأسرع بالهاي.
Now ask her if there's anything she wishes to tell me and tell her to speak into the microphone. And then you will tell me what she says, okay?
لما هذا تحكي احكي بالعربي وأنا بقول شو.
I'm sorry. I understand. I am live here in 3 years. الليرة هي ما بتعرف القوانين هي إلها هون مثل التسليم.
She said she doesn't know what the rules is, so that's why she doesn't understand.
All right. Tell her she was speeding in the school zone, and is there anything she wants to tell me about that?
She said she was going fast because I was sick, so that's why she was fast.
That's why she went fast, because you were sick.
Mhm.
Okay, come up here. Okay, now tell us your name,
Masa,
and how old are you?
8 years old.
And where do you go to school?
Greystone Tiger,
What is your favorite subject?
math,
Math. That's excellent. What do you want to do when you get big?
be a doctor.
Doctor. She's going to be a doctor. We're going to need her. Okay. Okay. Now, did you hear your mother's explanation?
Yeah.
You heard it. All right. Now, what do you think of that explanation? Was it a good explanation? Was it just okay? Or is it something that you think is worthwhile of consideration? What do you think?
I think it's just okay.
It's just okay. She don't think your explanation was that good, but just okay, right?
Mhm.
So if you had to make a decision, you'd have three decisions. You could charge her $50. You could charge her half of that, or you could charge her nothing. Now, based on her explanation, how much would you charge her?
$50.
$50. Hold that. Bang it and say $50.
$50.
Okay.
High five.
She's a law and order doctor. Okay, now I'm going to ask you another question. Would you reconsider your decision because you came in here? Now, is your dad here as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so your father is here and your mom is here. And taking all of that into consideration, would you reconsider your decision? Or are you going to stick with the $50?
Reconsider.
You're going to reconsider? Okay. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Okay. So upon reconsideration, how much do you think you want to charge her, if anything?
Nothing.
You want to charge her nothing? Well, then you have to bang the gavel and say,
Case dismissed.
wow. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
You have a wonderful daughter here. She's going to be a great doctor someday. She's going to save a lot of lives. And I'm sure she makes you proud now. She's going to make you even more proud. But you've both performed a great service raising such a wonderful young child. So God bless both of you. Good luck to you. Thank you for helping me out.
You're welcome.
Okay. What language do you speak?
Arabic.
Arabic?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wish I could help. I don't speak Arabic, but
I have family in New here.
you have family here?
Three here.
3 years in America?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
And where are you from?
Syria.
Syria?
Yeah.
How many children? Just this one child?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you prefer? You prefer living here or Syria?
Yeah. No, here.
Here, huh?
Here.
Well, welcome to America.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I love people here very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
3 years ago.
Talking rather about an activity. I follow that. Yes.
No, see what happens. I make a statement of that kind. Someone will translate into an idea, into a concept, and say, how am I to live that concept?
I said, maybe Michael, he says, all these guys, but I picked this.
The fact is, he doesn't observe.
Maybe I could bring out him and he can
himself and the observer.
I'm not talking about here now.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's here right now.
What's your name?
Marcel.
How old are you?
8 years old.
Did you go to school?
Bristol Tiger.
What's your favorite book?
Has the observer any place at all in the relationship? I say no. The moment he comes into existence in the relationship, there is no relationship.
The relationship is not.
Is not.
It's not something that is in this relationship.
Yes.
We're talking about something that in fact does not even exist.
Therefore, we have to go into the question why human beings in their relationship with other human beings are so violent. Because that's spreading throughout the world. I was told the other day in India, a mother came to see me, very Brahmanical family and very cultured and all the rest of it. Her son, who is 6, when she asked him to do something, he took up a stick and began to hit her. A thing unknown. You follow that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the idea that you should hit your mother is traditionally something incredible. And this boy did it. And I said, see what is the fact. We went into it, she understood so. So, to understand violence, one has to understand division.
The division was already there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he would not have picked up the stick.
Division between nations, if we say. This race from armaments is one of the factors of violence, which is, I'm calling himself American, and others calling himself Russian or Hindu or whatever it is. This division is the factor of real violence and hatred. If a mind, when a mind sees that, he cuts away all division in himself. He's no longer a Hindu, American, Russian. He's a human being with his problems, which he then is trying to solve, not in terms of India or in America or Russia. So that's, so we come to the point, can the mind be free in the relationship, which means orderly,
Yes.
not chaotic,
No.
orderly.
It has to be, otherwise
Okay,
I couldn't use the word relation.
No. So can the mind be free of that? Free of the observer. So
If not, there's no hope.
that's the whole point.
If not, we've had it.
And all the escapes and going off into other religions, doing all kinds of tricks, and no meaning. Now, this demands a great deal of perception, insight,
Yes.
into the fact of your life, how one lives one's life. After all, philosophy means the love of truth, love of wisdom, not the love of some abstraction.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Wisdom is supremely practical.
Therefore, here it is. That is, can a human being live in relationship, in freedom, and yet operate in the field of knowledge?
And yet operate in the field of knowledge. Yes.
And be absolutely orderly. Otherwise, it's not freedom. Because order means virtue.
Yes. Yes.
Which doesn't exist in the world at the present time. There is no sense of virtue in anything. They will repeat. Virtue is a creative thing. It's a living thing. It's a moving thing.
I'm thinking, as you're saying this, about virtue, which is really power, which is really the ability to act. And if I'm following you correctly, what you're really saying, and please correct me if I'm way off, what you're really saying is that the ability to act in the strict sense, which must be creative, otherwise it's not an action,
no,
but it is simply a reaction.
Yeah, a repetition.
A repetition. That the ability to act, or virtue as you put it, bears with it necessarily the implication of order. It must. There seems to me no way out of that.
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to recover that step at a time.
So can I come back? In human relationship as it exists now, we are looking at that, what actually is. In that human relationship, there is conflict. Sexual violence and so on, so on, so on. Every kind of violence. Now, can man live at total peace? Otherwise, he's not created. In human relationship, because that is the basis of all life.
I'm very taken with the way you have pursued this. I noticed that when we ask this question, is it possible that? The reference for it is always a totality.
Yes.
And the reference over here is a fragment, or a fragmentation, or a division. Never once have you said that the passage from one to the other is a movement that even exists.
No, can't exist.
Absolutely. I think, Mr. Krishnamurti, that nothing is so difficult to grasp as this statement that you've made. Yes. There is nothing that we are taught from childhood up to render such a possibility a matter for taking seriously, because of course, one doesn't like to make sweeping statements about the way everybody's been educated, but I'm thinking of myself from a child upward, all the way through graduate school, accumulating a lot of this knowledge that you've been talking about. I don't remember anybody saying to me, or even pointing me to a literature that so categorically makes this distinction between one and the other as in terms of each other, not accessible to each other through passage.
No.
Now, I'm correct in understanding you cannot become the whole in and of itself.
But the fragment is always trying to become the whole.
Exactly. Now, of course, in the years of very serious and devoted contemplation and exploration of this, which quite clearly you have undertaken with great passion, I suppose it must have occurred to you that the first sight of this, while one is in a condition of the observer, must be very frightening in the condition of the observer. The thought that there is no passage.
No, but you see, I never looked at it that way. If you would,
But please tell me how you looked at it. Yes, please.
From childhood, I never thought I was a Hindu.
I see.
I never thought when I was educated in England and all the rest of it that I was European. Or I never was caught in that trap. I don't know how it happened. I was never caught.
Well, when you were quite little then, and your playmate said to you, well, now look, you're Hindu. What did you say?
I probably put on Hinduism, all the trappings of Brahman tradition. I was, but it never penetrated deep.
As we say in the vernacular, it never got to you.
You never got to me, that's right.
I see. That's very remarkable. That is extraordinary. The vast number of people in the world seem to have been got to with respect to this.
That's why I think, you see, propaganda has become the means of change.
Yes, yes.
Propaganda is not true. Repetition is not true.
It's a form of violence.
That just...
Yes.
So, a mind that says, that merely observes, doesn't react to what it observes.
Math. Excellent. What do you want to do when you get big?
Which means there is no
be a doctor.
Doctor. She's going to be a doctor. We're going to need her. Okay.
It happened to me, I don't know.
Did you hear your mother's explanation?
Yeah.
And
You heard it. All right. Now, what do you think of that explanation? Was it a good explanation? Was it just okay?
I see
Or is it something that you think is worthwhile of consideration? What do you think?
I think it's just okay.
It's just okay.
And to me, the very essence of non-relationship is the factor of me and you.
I was just trying to go back in my own personal history and think of when I was a child. I did, while accepting that I was different, I did believe that. I did come to accept that. There was something else, however, that always held me very, very hard to center in terms of making an ultimate issue of that. And that was an experience I had when I was rowing a boat. I spent some time in Scandinavia as a child, and I used to take the boat out on the fjord every day. And when I would row, I was profoundly moved by the action of the water when I moved the oar, because I lifted the oar out of the water, and there was a separation in substance between the water and the oar. But the water, which was necessary for support and for purchase, so that I could propel myself, never lost touch with itself. It always turned into itself without ever having left itself in the beginning. And once in a while I would laugh at myself and say, if anyone catches you looking at this water any longer than you're doing, they'll think that you're clear out of your mind. This is the observer talking to himself, of course. But that made such a profound impression on me that I think it was what you might call a little salvation for me. And I never lost that. So maybe there's some relationship between that apprehension, which I think changed my being, and what it is that you're talking about as one who never, ever suffered this sense of separation at all. Yes, please go ahead.
So that brings us to the point, sir, doesn't it? Can the human mind, which has evolved in separation,
Yes.
in fragmentations.
This is where evolution is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can such a mind transform, undergo a regeneration which is not produced by influence, by propaganda, by threat and punishment?
Mm-hmm.
Because if it changes because it's going to get a reward, then
It hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed.
No.
So that is one of the fundamental things which one has to ask and answer it in action, not in words.
In action. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Which is, my mind, the human mind, has evolved in contradiction, in duality. The me and the not me. Has evolved in this traditional cleavage, division, fragmentation. Now, can that mind observe this fact? Observe without the observer. And only then there is a regeneration. As long as there is an observer observing this, then there is a conflict. You don't understand?
Yes, you do. You make yourself very clear on two levels. On the level of discourse alone, which I know is not your major concern. On the level of discourse alone, it necessarily follows that it must be the case that this possibility exists. Otherwise, we would be talking nonsense. But then the agony of the situation at large that we have been describing is simply that whether this can be done or no never occurs to a person, and in the absence of it even occurring, the repetition is going to continue indefinitely, and things are going to get worse and worse.
So the difficulty is most people won't even listen.
I'm sighing. I know that.
Won't listen. If they do listen, they listen based to their conclusions. If I'm a communist, I will listen to you up to a point. After that, I won't listen. And if I am slightly demented, I will listen to you and translate what I hear according to my
Exactly.
So one has to be extraordinarily serious to listen. Serious in the sense, put aside my peculiar prejudices and idiosyncrasies and listen to what you're saying. Because the listening is the miracle. Not what shall I do with what you have said.
Not what shall I listen to,
but the act of listening.
But the act of listening itself. So we're back to ing, where the listening itself.
That requires, I mean, you're good enough to listen to me. Because you want to find out. But vast majority, they say, what are you talking about? I want to go and enjoy myself. So go and talk to somebody else. So to create an atmosphere, to create an ambiance, a feeling, look, life is dreadfully serious, my friend. Do listen. It's your life. Don't waste it. Do listen. To bring about a human being that will listen is the greatest importance. Because we don't want to listen. It's too disturbing.
I understand. I have tried sometimes in class to make this very point. And sometimes I suggest that we should watch the animal, especially the wild animal.
Of course.
Because if it's not listening, it's likely dead.
Dead. Sure.
There is this extraordinary attention that it makes, and every instant of its life is a crisis.
Absolutely. You see, but
and you know what happens? The eyes out there show in the main that they're thinking I'm talking about animal psychology.
Okay.
I'm not talking about psychology at all. I'm talking about what is the case, which is either or, and there isn't any way to get from either to or. That's what I mean. So I think I understand you.
See, so in America, what is happening is now, as I observe it, and I may be mistaken, they're not serious. They're playing with new things, something entertaining, going from one thing to the other. And they think this is searching. Searching.
Yes.
Searching, asking, but they get caught trapped in each one of them.
Yes.
And by the end of it, they have nothing but access. So it is becoming more and more difficult for human beings to be serious, to listen, to see what they are, not what they should be.
No, what is the
what
case?
Is.
Exactly.
And that means you please do listen for 5 minutes. In this conversation, you're listening because you are interested. You want to find out. But the vast majority of people listen, for God's sake. Leave me alone. I have my little house, my wife, my car, my yacht, or whatever it is. For God's sake, don't change anything as long as I live.
You know, going back to what I do know something about, namely the Academy, because I'm situated there in terms of day-to-day activity. I've often remarked to myself in attending conferences where papers are read that nobody's listening. It's one long monologue. And after a while, you get the feeling that it really is a shocking waste of time. And then even to sit down and have coffee, the discussion, say, between classes usually runs on the basis of babble. We're just talking about things that we're not genuinely interested in order to fill up space. This, however, is far more serious a matter than simply a description of what's going on.
It's a matter of, I feel it's a matter of life and death.
Exactly.
If the house is burning, I've got to do something.
Right.
It isn't, I'm going to discuss who burnt the house.
No.
What color his hair was, whether it's black or white or purple. I want to put that fire out.
Yeah. Or and if such and such had not happened, the house would not be burned.
That's all.
Right. I know.
And I feel it's so urgent because I see it in India, I see in Europe and America, everywhere I go, this sense of slackness, sense of, despair and sense of hopeless activity that's going on. So to come back to what we're saying, relationship is the highest importance. When in that relationship there is conflict, we produce a society which will further that conflict. Through education, through national sovereignty, through all the rest of it that's going on in the world. So a serious man, serious in the sense who is really concerned, committed, must give his total attention to this question of relationship, freedom, and knowledge.
If I've heard you correctly, and I don't mean by that words that have passed between us, but if I have truly heard you, I've heard something very terrifying. That this disorder that in part we have described has a built-in necessity in it. As long as it persists, it can never change. It can never change. Any modification of it is
further disorder.
Is more of the same.
Yeah, more of the same.
More of the same. I have the feeling, and I hope I've understood you correctly, that there's a relationship between the starkness of this necessity and the fact that there cannot be a gradual progress, or as a philosopher would put it, something like essential progress. But nevertheless, there is some demonic progress that takes place within this disorder that is not so much a progress as it is a proliferation of the same. And necessarily so. Isn't that what you've been saying?
Yes.
Necessarily so.
You know, that word progress, I was told the other day, meant entering into enemy's country fully armed.
Really? Oh. Progress is entering into an enemy's
country fully armed.
Fully armed. Dear me.
Sir, this is what's happening.
Well, I know. Next time we converse, the next time, I would like very much
entering into
be good enough to pursue precisely what we have just come to, namely this necessity, and the necessity that produced that statement.
Yes, correct.
Krishnamurti, in dialogue with Dr. Alan W. Anderson. J. Krishnamurti was born in South India and educated in England. For the past 40 years, he has been speaking in the United States, Europe, India, Australia, and other parts of the world. From the outset of his life's work, he repudiated all connections with organized religions and ideologies and said that his only concern was to set men absolutely, unconditionally free. He is the author of many books, among them The Awakening of Intelligence, The Urgency of Change, Freedom from the Known, and The Flight of the Eagle. This is one of a series of dialogues between Krishnamurti and Dr. Alan W. Anderson, who is professor of religious studies at San Diego State University, where he teaches Indian and Chinese scriptures and the oracular tradition. Dr. Anderson, a published poet, received his degree from Columbia University and the Union Theological Seminary. He has been honored with a Distinguished Teaching Award from the California State Universities.
Mr. Krishnamurti, when we were speaking last time, it seemed to me that we had together reached the point where you were about to discuss order, converse about order, and I thought perhaps we could begin with that today, if that's agreeable with you.
I think we were talking about freedom, responsibility, and relationship. And before we go any further, we thought we'd talk over together this question of order. What is order in freedom? As one observes all over the world, there is such extraordinary disorder.
Oh, yes.
Outwardly and inwardly. One wonders why there is such disorder. You go to India and you see the streets filled with people, bursting with population. And you see also so many sects, so many gurus, so many teachers, so many contradictory lives, such misery. And you come to Europe, there is little more order, but you see when you penetrate the superficial order, there is equal disorder. And you come to this country, and you know what it is like better than I do, there is complete disorder. You may drive very carefully, but go behind the facade of so-called order, and you see chaos. Not only in personal relationships, but sexually, morally, and there's so much corruption. All governments are corrupt, some more, some less. But this whole phenomenon of disorder, how has it come about? Is it the fault of the religions that have said, do this and don't do that? And now they are revolting against that.
Yes, yes.
Is it governments are so corrupt that nobody has any trust in them? Is it there is such corruption in business, nobody wants to look at it? Any intelligent man, any man who is really serious, and you look at family life, there is such disorder. So, taking the whole phenomenon of disorder, why is there such disorder? What has brought it about?
Doesn't it appear that there's a sort of necessary, almost built-in progression in terms of the way we mentioned necessity earlier? Once order so conceived is superimposed upon an existing situation, not only does it not effect what is hoped for, but it creates a new situation, which we think requires a new approach.
Of course.
And the new approach is still the superimposition.
Like the communists are doing in Russia and China, they have imposed order, what they call order, on a disordered mind.
Yes.
And therefore there is a revolt. So looking at all this, it's very interesting. Looking at all this phenomenon of disorder. What is order then? Is order something imposed? Order as in the military, on the soldier, imposed order? A discipline which is a conformity, suppression, imitation, is order, conformity.
Not in the sense that it's artificially imposed, yes.
In any sense. If I conform to an order, I am creating disorder.
Yes, I understand what you mean. In our use of the word conform, we sometimes mean by it a natural relation between the nature of a thing and the activities that are proper to it or belong to it. But then that use of the word conform is not the use that is usual and the one that we are concerned in here.
No.
Yes.
So is order conformity? Is order imitation? Is order acceptance, obedience? Or because we have conformed, because we have obeyed, because we have accepted, we have created this. Because discipline, in the ordinary accepted sense of that word, is to conform.
Yes, we say in English, don't we, to someone who appears to be undisciplined or who in fact is undisciplined, we say straighten up.
Straighten up, yeah.
The images that we use to refer to that correction are always rigid, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes.
So that authority, whether the communist authority of the few, or the authority of the priest, or the authority of someone who says, I know and you don't know, that is one of the factors that has produced disorder. And one of the factors of this disorder is our lack of real culture. We are very sophisticated. We're very so-called civilized in the sense we are clean, we have bathrooms, we have better food and all that. But inwardly, we're not cultured. We're not healthy, whole human beings.
The inner fragmentation spills out into our operations external.
So, unless we understand disorder, the nature of disorder, the structure of disorder, we can never find out what is order. Out of the understanding of disorder comes order. Not all first seek order and then impose that order on disorder. I think I'm making.
Yes, I do. I'm thinking as you're speaking of the phenomenon in the world of study and the world of teaching and learning as we understand them conventionally. I've noticed in our conversations that you always suggest that we study some dysfunction. We're never invited really to do that. We are given the notion that the thing to study is the principle involved. The argument for that, of course, is that
one suggested we study some dysfunction. Then the reference to health, we're never invited really to do that. We are given the notion. Correct. And so what we're studying is now a concept rather than the actuality. Yeah. What is? And we slip out, right, of the true task. There is a difficulty in grasping the suggestion that we study the disorder simply because a disorder by its own condition is without an ordering principle. Correct. Therefore, it comes out as though I'm being asked to study something that is unstudiable. But to the contrary. On the contrary? Yes, yes, now I'll stop. You go ahead. On the contrary, you were about to say something.
On the contrary, there must be an understanding of disorder. Why it has come about.
Yes.
One of the factors, sir, is, I think, basically that thought is matter, and thought has by its very nature is fragmentary. Thought divides the me and the not me, we and they, my country and your country, my ideas and your ideas, my religion and yours, and so on. The very movement of thought is divisive. Because thought is the response of memory, response of experience, which is the past. And unless we really go into this question very, very deeply, the movement of thought and the movement of disorder.
That seems to me to be a key word there, that for my understanding, in listening to you, movement here. To study the movement of disorder would seem to me to take it a step deeper than the phrase to study disorder. The word movement, we're dealing with act.
It's the movement.
Exactly. The career of disorder. Yes. If that is what we're directed upon, then I think the objection that the study of disorder is to undertake an impossible pursuit is not made with any foundation. That objection loses its force precisely at the point when one says, no, it's not disorder as a concept that we're dealing with here. It's the movement of it. It's its own career. It's its passage. It's the whole corruption of the act as such. Yes, exactly. I keep on saying this business about act all the time, and perhaps it seems repetitious.
That's absolutely right.
But, hardly ever is that taken seriously. I know, but by our species. Of course, the animals are on for that from the beginning, but we don't.
No, you see that we deal with concepts, not with what is, actually what is, rather than discuss formulas, concepts and ideas. What is disorder. And that disorder is spreading all over the world. It's a movement. It's a living disorder. Isn't disorder which is dead? It's a living thing, moving, corrupting, destroying.
Yes, exactly.
So,
but it takes, as you pointed out so often, it takes an extreme concentration of attention to follow movement. And there's a rebellion in us against following movement, which perhaps lies in our in our disaffection with the intuition that we have, the transition is unintelligible. Okay. And we don't want that. We can't stand the thought that there's something that is unintelligible. And so we just will not make that act of attention.
It's like sitting on the bank of the river and watching the waters go by. You can't alter the water. You can't change the substance or the movement of the water. In the same way.
And there's no confusion in the act at all.
Obviously. It is, that's what, no, first of all, so let's go into it very, very carefully. What is the factor of disorder? Disorder means contradiction.
Yes, conflict. Yes.
Contradiction. This opposed to that.
Right.
Or the duality. This opposed to that.
The contention between two things to be mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what brings about this duality and the conflict? Is there a duality at all?
Certainly not in act. There is not a duality. That simply couldn't be. There certainly could be said, not even with respect, don't you think, to thought itself and its operation, that there is a dualism. But the duality, of course, is present in terms of distinction, but not in terms of division.
That's right.
Not in terms of division. Yes, yes,
So,
I follow.
I mean, out front there's man, woman,
Right.
black and white and so on. But is there an opposite to violence?
Yes, I'm listening very intently.
Or only violence? But we have created the opposite. Thought has created the opposite as non-violence. And then the conflict between the two. The non-violence is an abstraction of the what is. And thought has done that.
Exactly. Yesterday, I had a difficult time in class over this. I made the remark that vice is not the opposite of virtue. Virtue is not the opposite of vice. And somehow I just couldn't, it seems, communicate that because of the insistence on the part of the students to deal with the problem purely in terms of a conceptual structure.
Is this a hypothesis? I don't know if you want to go into it now, if it's the right occasion. From ancient Greece, you must know, the measurement was necessary to them. Measurement. And the whole of the Western civilization is based on measurement. Which is thought.
This is certainly true in continuous practice. It's certainly true. And the irony of it is that an historian looking at the works of the great Greek thinkers would turn around and say at this point, well, now, just wait a minute. And we would say some things about Aristotle and Plato that would suggest that no. There's a much more organic grasp of things than simply approaching it the slide rule way. But that doesn't come to terms with what you're saying.
No,
see, right.
Sir,
right.
You can see what is happening in the world, in the Western world. technology, commercialism, and consumerism is the highest activity that's going on now,
Exactly.
which is based on measurement,
Yes, it is. Oh, yes.
which is thought. Now, look at it, hold it a minute, and you'll see something rather odd taking place. The East, especially India exploded over the East in a different sense. They said measurement is
with swastikas and brown shirts. Their ideological inheritors had found a mask for fascism.
The measurement must come to an end. I'm putting it very crudely and quickly.
No, but it seems to me that you're putting it precisely well with respect to this concern we have with ACT.
Yeah,
yes.
So
not crude.
It's very interesting because I've watched it. In the West, technology, commercialism, and consumerism. God, Savior, church, all that's outside. It's a plaything. And you just play with it on Saturday and Sunday, and by the rest of it,
yes.
And you go to India, and you see this. The word Ma is to measure. Sanskrit.
Oh, yes, right.
And they said, reality is immeasurable. Going to see
the stairs have never run. One time, this is an interesting story time. It's probably too long, but I was working with an old guy, old guy. His name was Gus, and we had to move this thing up a ladder, see, to a balcony because we couldn't get it up the twisting spiral staircase. Okay. So we have to go outside and put a ladder up. So old Gus, he's on the balcony. You understand? Yep. With a rope holding this giant refrigerator and abs of steel. And abs of steel. I'm on the bottom, climbing up the ladder, pushing the refrigerator. I slip off the ladder and fall down, and old Gus has the entire weight of the refrigerator. And his muscles are shooting out, and he wouldn't let go, Abs of steel. Abs of steel. That wasn't a good story.
No, it's a great story.
Was it
It's a
all right?
fabulous story. We're here with Norm Macdonald. Have I said that before tonight?
Yeah.
Any good wishes for Dave before we move on here?
Yeah, the best wishes.
Man, the sincerity just flows off of you.
I love Dave.
I know you.
And I love you. I'm glad to see you back on TV. You kept saying when you were leaving that one day you'd be back.
And the truth is stranger than fiction. Dave returns on Monday night. Don Rickles is still ahead, and thanks to Norm Macdonald for joining us here tonight. Late show backstage at CBS TV City in Los Angeles. Continued success on the Norm Show.
Thank you, sir.
And continued success in your life.
Thank you very much. You too.
My pleasure. Sir.
See you at the dog park.
See you at the dog park.
Our next guest is a very funny man and the star of the popular television program Norm. Ladies and gentlemen, here's our good friend Norm Macdonald. Norm, come on up. Norm, how you doing? You all right?
Great.
Now, you said to me when you came out, and I appreciate it, you said, hey, nice to see you, man. And then you looked at me and you said, you look great. But the look in your eye, I could tell you didn't mean it. Now, do I look bad? Do I look like I'm fading here?
No, I felt weird saying you look great always means like it sounds
Compared to being dead is what you were thinking, right?
Actually, when I saw you on Monday, because they were promoting it all day, but they never showed you in the promos.
Yeah, slick, huh?
Yeah. And I said, I wonder what Dave's going to look like. And I was watching my buddy, and then you come out, and your face looked like green. And then I said, oh, my God, Dave's face turned green. Right? And then it turned like pink.
Ooh.
And then I realized it was my TV. It wasn't you.
You thought maybe it was a side effect of the surgery at first.
No, I knew that people don't turn green, pink, green, pink.
Yeah.
But I thought right at first you were green. I said, oh, my God. So, anyways, I'm gonna get my TV fixed, which is a lot better than when you think about it.
Yeah, well, easier probably too.
Than
Now,
giving you.
I heard something that I thought was interesting, and
I get nervous. I get nervous around sick people. I know you're not sick.
Fine. I've been through a rather strenuous procedure.
No, I know.
But I'm not.
Oh my God, I know all about that stuff. I go to doctors all the time.
You do, really?
Yeah.
You seem like you're in pretty good shape.
Well, I'm afraid of getting sick, though, man. I'm afraid of that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I don't like. I go to specialists. I go to the Mayo Clinic every.
Oh yeah, they're pretty good up there.
They're great.
You got some top boys.
Yeah, because I used to go to general practitioners, GPs.
Yeah.
Those guys suck. I don't even understand what they're general. They're not a specialist in anything. So they're kind of like, I'm a little bit good at every. So I go, give me a physical. You know what they do? They go like this. They poke around my belly. You know what I mean? And then they take a thing. They look in my ear with a light. Yeah. Right? I go, oh, is everything all right there in my head? My entire head's good, huh?
They can see the entire head.
They go, yeah, everything's all right there. Then they take the thing. It's almost like a cartoon. Like they hit my knee with a mallet.
The reflex mallet. Sure, yeah.
And that never comes back negative. You know, I mean,
you're hooked up. Sometimes it might, but you're hooked up pretty good.
No, they go, you're not. Good news, you're not paralyzed from the neck down. Your knee responds to me hitting it with a hammer. I heard. But thank God,
not done. He's just resting.
Thank God I miss you. Though.
I want to ask you a question about your personal life, and if it's none of my business, please tell me. Now, I heard that you had given up. You had a recreation. You had a hobby, gambling. You enjoyed gambling.
Yeah, I had the hobby of compulsive gambling.
Really? and you've given it up?
Yeah.
Well, good for you. That's a big step.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how's that going?
It's not much fun. Life isn't much fun without it.
Really?
No. It's not a lot of fun because there's nothing to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't watch games anymore because I used to bet on the games. It was very exciting. I don't go to Las Vegas. The thing about it is you start feeling like a big jackass, because you lose so much money, and then they think they're fooling you. Like you go to casinos, right?
Yeah, sure.
And they're friendly to you. Like the bigger jackass you are, the more friendly they are. Like you're in trouble when a guy runs up wants to give you free stuff. Hey, you want a steak? You're like, no, that's all right. Free, man. I'll buy you a free like some beef. You're like, no, that's all right.
That's just to keep you gambling, is what it is.
Yeah, you want to stay here in the hotel like for free for a week? You're like, no, I'm just here for the day.
Yeah.
Or, no, seriously, and I got some steak.
Did you ever win really, really big? I don't know much about gambling. I don't know much about this compulsion. So, but did you ever win big? Is that the point, or is it just the action?
I don't know. I went to a psychiatrist. You ever go to those guys?
Yeah.
You do? Those guys are horrible.
Well, are they worse than the GPs?
They're much worse. I'll tell you what a psychiatrist does, man. They make you like get in touch with the emotions that you spend your life trying to avoid at all costs. Well, I'm glad you're not gambling. This one woman, man, she was like, what do you do? And I'm like, hey, man, everything's fine. She's like, no, but why?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I'm like all emotional. Like you on Monday night where you were emotional, you were, when a guy's like not a regularly emotional guy like you.
Right.
And then they are emotional.
Right.
It's like, it's like watching Nixon cry or something. I wasn't really crying. I wasn't break down sobbing or anything. It was a great moment.
Yeah.
A great moment.
Oh, yeah.
And when you brought the doctors out and all that and the staff, and all I could think of is at that hospital, what about the people that come in?
Well, I felt bad about the guy they left on the table. Yeah.
You're a good man. It's so good to have you back. I've been having to watch Rhoda on the Channel 6.
Now, when we come back, I want you to tell the story. Every time you've been here, we didn't have time to get to the story. The first time you got drunk and passed out. Okay, we'll do that. We'll be right back here with Norm Macdonald.
I follow.
The measurement can never find a mind that is measuring or mind that is caught in measurement can never find truth. I'm putting it that way. They don't put it that way. I'm putting it. So they said to find the real, the immense, measurement must end. But they use thought as a means to, as thought must be controlled, they said. Yes.
Yes.
You follow?
Yes, I do.
So in order to find the immeasurable, you must control thought. And to control, who is the controller of thought? Another fragment of thought. I don't know.
Oh, I follow you perfectly. Yes, I do.
So they use measurement to go beyond measurement.
Yes.
And therefore they could never go beyond it.
Yes.
They were caught in an illusion of some other kind. But it's still the product of thought. I don't know.
Yes. What flashed over my mind as you were speaking was the incredible irony of their having right in front of them, I'm thinking now of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, this profound statement that is full, meaning anything that I think is over there, that's full. This that I've divided off from